Hey everybody, it is Corey Poirier, and we are live with a brand new, like baby new, brand spanking new uh, platform and show. So, brand new show within the Blue Talks realm. We decided to add a new virtual stage for Blue Talks called the Army of Love. And I have to say, where this name came from, because I like giving credit, as people know, to people that came up with stuff. So, Rosalind Fung, for those who know who Rosalind is, we were doing a call with Rosalind, and she said, the way I see Blue Talks is almost like an army of love. And I was like, boom, there it is. That's what I've been looking for. Like, that's kind of the name. And I'm sure it'll be something else, like maybe a book series or something down the road. But for now, it's a new event, and we thought it made sense for Shelly, who's my partner in life and in crime. We thought it made sense if the event's called Army of Love, for us to co-host the event together, at least for the beginning, and then we'll see what happens after that. Maybe it'll become like a Army of Spiritual Love later, and might be Shelly and another co-host or something, but we'll worry about that day when it comes. So having said that, that's a bit of an introduction. I'm not going to go into all of an introduction around Blue Talks, because I think most of you tuning in will know about Blue Talks. I would rather give our guest time than me focus on that, because we also have quite a bit of time today to focus on Blue Talks and talk about what Blue Talks is. But again, Corey Poirier, founder of Blue Talks, just wanting to kick this off today. Shelly, I don't know if you want to say anything before we start talking to our guests, if you want to.
Hi, everyone. It's Shelly, and welcome to Army of Love. It's pretty exciting to start this journey. And yeah, Rosalind helped us kind of come up with the idea. We were talking about that it's like a community, like a family, and then she was like, it's kind of like an army of love. So yeah, kudos to Rosalind for helping us come up with that, and we'll just run with it and take it from there. So yeah, welcome.
Awesome. And I will say that even though we say we'll run with it and take it from there, we did say to Rosalind, are you okay with us using that? And I say that, I mean, it's not like it's not like it's a name that's trademarked or copyright. She just said, hey, you guys are like an army of love. But I do always feel it's important for people to be in the loop. Like, I don't think a person should just say, I love that name, so let's just take it and run with it. Like, we actually said to Rosalind in real time, are you cool with that? So I just want to put that out there. So having said that, we have another Bluester with us today that I want to bring right on, welcome and introduce to everybody. And so, Lisa Stamper, so excited to have you as the very first guest ever. You're like the kickoff, you're like the headliner kickoff guest, Blue Talks Army of Love. Lisa, where we usually like to start, and this has been the way we've done it with the show for the longest time, any of our shows, is to get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves rather than me reading a bio that feels inauthentic, because I'm probably missing some of the words. And I always think, why do we do that? Like, people read a bio and I'm saying the name of this place where you were born, and I'm saying it wrong because I don't know what the place is. I've never heard of it. And all of a sudden it misrepresents you. It makes it look like, well, you're the MC, but you don't even know the name of the place. And so I just never felt that seemed authentic, because people know that the bio you either was sent in or you asked the person, can you send us your bio? So I like to get the guests to tell us about themselves. So Lisa, can you tell us a little bit about who Lisa Stamper is?
I love that. Thank you so much, Corey, for having me. Hello, Shelly. I'm so excited to be here. So excited to be a headliner for you. So I am an angel intuitive and a life and business coach. I'm a healer. I've had the privilege of being a best-selling author with Corey before, and once before somebody else. I'm an international speaker, spiritual teacher. I'm also a founder. I have tons of spiritual courses to help to deepen your intuition, to touch into that deeper magic of life. I also have a monthly membership to help people tap into their inner power, manifest within a secret circle, and deepen their intuition so they can live a thriving, free, rich, freedom-filled life in alignment with their soul. That's really what I'm all about. And I just want to say, it is from the deepest truth of my heart and intention to lead with love and serve the greater good, helping humanity to heal, to evolve, to ascend, and remember who they really are, right? Like a spiritual being having a human experience, and how we can use our abilities and our innate power to create the life that we want and to use our God-given gifts or universe-given gifts, whatever you want to say, and how to do it with the most joy and abundance and love and light. I just love helping people realize their unique life purpose and their potential as well. I love it so much. I feel so grateful. So I thought it was really interesting. I was really excited when I saw that it was called Army of Love, because I literally sign my emails as always, be the light, lead with love. That's what I always say. So I thought it was very fitting. I love it so much.
Well, and I love you talk about lead with love. I said one time on a Facebook post, and I still believe this to be true. And of course, you can argue you can argue it depending on what your definition of love is and what definition you use. But I said that, and I believe this to be true. The answer is always love. And so when I originally said it, I said the answer is always love. And what I meant was the answer to any problem is always love. But I had people come back and start debating whether it is. And of course, it depends on what term you use for love, like how you're defining it. But then I changed it, and somebody got mad at me. I changed it to the answer is almost always love. And then I had people, actually more than one, say, no, Corey, it is always love. So I should have stuck with my original, because I do believe that to be the case. Like, if you look at Gandhi and the way he lived his life in love. And I mean, how could you argue the idea of, like, he went to the point where even when people, before he got killed, when people tried to shoot at him, he still showed them love. Yes. I mean, how can you go wrong when you're doing that?
It's so interesting that you say that too, because this next book that I did write for you guys in the chapter is Lead with Love. And it's all about how my father was killed and how I was given, I don't want to give it all away, but like how I was given instructions to go and then essentially love the man who was responsible for it. So it's like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, it's so wild, but it's so true. And I was actually talking to my mom last night about how my one nephew's acting up, and I was getting very frustrated. And she goes, well, Lisa, you know what that means? I was like, what? She goes, that means he just needs more love. And I'm like, oh, duh, I teach this stuff. Like, of course, that's what it means.
Well, and Shelley, I'll let you perhaps share this, but you brought it up the other day, was the Wayne Dyer story about his father. Like, I talk about whenever, because Lisa just said about, essentially having to love when it's hard to love. And I don't know if you want to share the Wayne Dyer story, if you want me to.
I can share it, but I do actually first have a question before we leave from there. Who was the person who taught you to learn to love the person who killed your father?
Oh, the universe, my spiritual team. I'm super in line with that. And so I literally got on my knees every day because I didn't know how I was going to go on living. And that was, my whole life has been led as I evolved and as I healed, then my whole life has been led from spirit and from intuitive guidance and spiritual guidance. So that's what led me to that.
Okay. I was going to say, if it was a person, then they'd be quite a mentor if they taught you that. So, but yeah, the Wayne Dyer was in recovery, and I am as well, with addiction. And so his father, he had a very strenuous relationship with him, and his father died, and he was actually going there to piss on his grave. And out of anger. And when he got there, he just kind of broke down, and he realized that resentment is not going to get him anywhere in life. And he forgave him. And I think it was what's the erogenous, his first book?
Oh,
Erogenous Zone.
The erogenous zone.
I'm pretty sure he wrote that right after this experience. And yeah, like he wrote a lot about it, and it's kind of crazy the way that you talk too as well. In recovery, we do talk a lot about resentments, and we actually have to write them out, and especially like all the people that we hold the resentments for, and then we also have to write our part in it. And one of them is to pray every day for that person.
Oh, wow.
And so it almost somewhat sounds like what you did. And the more that you pray for that person, and then the more you learn to forgive. And one thing that's helped me, and I'll just share this as well along my journey, is hurt people, right? Like lots of times, if we look into the people's past, there's something there that caused them to hurt us or others, right? So yeah, when I was dealing with some of my resentments, that was something even that helped me along my journey. So, but yeah, I'm sure that must have been very hard for you to forgive, right? How old were you when that happened?
It was just 4 years ago. So I
wow.
was like late 30s, but yes. Yeah, but literally what I was mentioning is my whole spiritual journey, because I came also from addiction and hard, and I was able to come through recovery. I actually did recovery through the Codependence Guide to the 12 Steps with Melody Beattie. It was incredible. And so that laid this whole foundation, and that's essentially what I really teach people. I also have this signature course that I have, and it takes people through a whole year of learning how to live in your spiritual foundation in alignment with truth, with higher guidance, with all of those things. So honestly, that and it's part of what I wrote in the chapter as well. Like, I was so thankful for that foundation, because that would have taken me out.
Yeah.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. And foundation is key, right? I mean, without the foundation, you can't build the house, right? We can't grow any further without that strong foundation. So that is definitely key.
Well, I'll ask and add, but I'll also add to that what Shelley mentioned about the Wayne Dyer story. One of the things that I thought was so powerful about that is the other added part to it that stuck out to me is he drove, I think, like 3 hours, 4 hours. He didn't know who his father was, I believe it was, and he found out, and then I think that was it, or he didn't know his father at all, but his father, yeah, I mean, I won't go into all. I won't go into all the details of the challenges that he had with his father and all that stuff. But he drove hours once he found out where he was at, and the whole intention was, I'm going to pee on his grave. And then he got almost to the grave. I think it was like within 40 feet, and then said, "What am I doing?" And then turned around and then drove an hour again the opposite way, and then said, "What am I doing?" And drove back again, and ultimately went to pee in the grave again, and then broke down, kneeled on the grave, and cried, and forgave his father for hours. And that basically is, I think he said, is the most defining moment in his life. That's when he became Wayne Dyer, from whoever.
Wow.
So to me, I just want to add that part, because like the idea that he fought with it so much, like he still wasn't sure what he was going to do, and he was still fighting it. And so it was an inner battle, really. But I'm so glad that he did it, because, Wayne Dyer, I mean, if you read his writings, and I've talked to his children, I mean, he was exactly who they said. I know a couple of authors who spent a lot of time on tour with him, and he was a person that truly loved unconditionally. And who's to say if that would have happened if he didn't forgive his father that day?
Oh, I love that. I have goosebumps.
Mm-hmm. So it's a powerful story. And so, Lisa, I guess diving a bit further down your path, can we talk a little bit about the work that you do with people? Like, how do you essentially work with people, help people? What does that look like?
So what that looks like is we dive in deeper. I really am able to connect with people on a soul level, and we do that with bringing in. So on my spiritual journey, I learned that I was highly intuitive, and then I connect with angels and highly evolved beings of light. So that's what we do. We go into, it's not really a trance, it's more like a meditation, and we connect on a soul level, and we find out soul purpose, soul path, and the exact steps how to get there. So then they can really leave feeling full of fulfillment and freedom and fun, because truly that's what we're supposed to do, right? We're in this transition of, a lot of people that I'm working with are wanting to move out of the push, force, struggle, strive, patriarchal, lack, scarcity paradigm, and move into this divine feminine, divine masculine balance, bringing both of those together and living a life of not working as much, but still making great money and doing things that they love that are filling them up. Like they're so done with seeing their, loved ones work and work themselves to the bone and then saying that they'll do everything when they retire, but they pass on before they retire, or right, like, so that is so done. So we're teaching people really how to live in that freedom, and the how, like I said, is every single time we tap in, we tune into soul, we tune into guidance, and we see what is meant to come forth, what is meant to heal, what is meant to be forgiven or let go of, what is the exact next step. So it's really customized for each person.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that, because you really have, I'll say it this way, I feel you really have it dialed in how you help people. And the reason I say that, just to put it in perspective, Lisa, is that we hear so many people talk about, like, what do you want in life? Well, I want to be happier. Or what do you help people do? And this is the big one to me that I think is a struggle, is what do you help people do? Oh, I help people become happier and make more money. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so general that it's, at the end of the day, it's like, here's my thing is, if I want to help people achieve that, how do I refer them? Because it's hard for me to really explain what you do in a way that they'll go, wow, I need that. Because in their head, there's like, yeah, well, everybody's wants to be happy. Everybody tries to make people happy. It's like almost like saying, what do you do for a living? I'm a coach. Okay, what do you coach on? I coach people on more abundance. Okay, but I need more than that, because I need to know
Yeah.
what makes you different from the million other coaches that do that. So I love that you're really dialed in to what you do and how it's different than other people.
Thank you. I love it a lot. It took me a long time to be able to accept that, because I was so different from so many other people. But I realized that that is actually what helps to serve people, and that's why people get such big results, because when you work with spirit, they know the whole picture. They want us to be happy and thriving. They know our whole divine blueprint. They know our whole purpose. They know everything, all the lessons. So then it just opens up this whole new doorway. And I feel so honored to do this work. I really do. It's absolutely incredible.
So how long does people usually work with you? Like, is it like, could somebody come for one session and maybe get something, or is it, like,
Yeah, so I do have individual sessions. However, they are sold out. They always sell out within 24 hours. I have people that they can sign up for a VIP wait list, and they get the first crack at them when they get released. I am releasing some soon. I just did a couple months ago, and they always sell out so fast. So they can have an individual session. I have 3-month packages available for people, and then I have a 1-year container. I also have this monthly membership that I am loving. It's so incredible. We come together in Sacred Circle once a month, and right now there's 37 people there. And when we teach them literally how to manifest. And when I said we, I mean like our spirit. I'm just the channeler, right? So yeah, and it's really amazing. So we've worked with like releasing and removing obstacles, and working with abundance, and attracting and healing. And whenever you do something in a group of people, whenever 2 or more people come together, it exponentially exacerbates or quickens the energy. You jump timelines, right? I never used to know what people meant when they said that, but that's literally what it does. So then it gets all this forward momentum, because you're coming together with all these people who are doing the same thing. So then your power is even stronger, and it's just so incredible. Yeah.
that's awesome.
Thank you.
When I was in Alberta, I used to go, the lady that I was taught Reiki from, my Reiki master, she used to have like a monthly get together with all of her students. And it was just amazing. Like, if we were holding hands, or sometimes we used to even get in a circle, and then one person would be in the middle, and then everybody else on the outside. And then sometimes even chant. The person, I remember she would ask, if you were to sing your name, how would it sound? And then the person would say it, and then the people on the outside would chant the name. and you would just be like full of goosebumps. Like it was incredible, the energy. And then I remember because it was like you hold one hand this way and then it goes out. So it would just flow in the circle. And it was just, so yeah, more than one person, the energy just.
It's so wild. And I love it because now I love that you were able to do in person, but because of COVID, we had to do online. But that's what I also love about this, because we literally have members from all over the world. Like it doesn't matter where you are, you can all come together. And even people who can't make the live times, because we do have some people who are overseas and such, they can watch the replay and it's just as powerful. Like it's all just as powerful. It's so amazing. I also have some digital courses as well. I actually have another thing in the works. I always let spirit lead everything. And they're asking me right now to make something called the Academy of Ascension, just to help people through this time to up level, to remember who they truly are, that there's way more to life than just this mundane stuff, that there's magic and miracles meant for everybody.
Magic and miracles.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's amazing. Well, let me, so something I decided just today I was going to do, like I decided actually just a couple hours ago at most, but what I do every day is I picked this up, the late Bob Proctor. A lot of people know that he read from Think and Grow Rich every day for 57 years without fail. I've been about 5 to 7 days right now. So I decided to start doing it. I'll start somewhere. At some point, he was at 5 or 7 days too, right? But I open it up and read apart from the book, or grab a part from the book. And what I decided I want to do for this event is just grab a tiny part from the book. And I'd love to get your take on it, Lisa, if that's cool with you.
I love that.
5 to 7 days, and he read it for 57 years.
I did that on purpose.
I thought that too. I looked that up too.
I was going to say that was kind of quite coincidental.
But and I will say, for people that don't know, this is what Think and Grow Rich originally looked like. Because I don't like, they've done so many editions of it since then. So this is the original one. Now, having said that, I'm just going to read like a sentence or something, because I don't want to, sit there and read a book. It's not like a, what do you call it? We're not doing a book reading, but I was going to think of the other word, like book club or something. But let me see here. I'll start right here. Okay, that doesn't make sense. I was going to start there, but then it's just him pointing out something. It's not really something to read.
So I got to tell you something funny. They told me to pull a card before we went on the call. So I feel like we're supposed to talk about that too after. Like you can't make this.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So here I found one. It's all in the same section anyway, but money is as shy and elusive as the old-time maiden. It must be wooed and won by methods not unlike those used by a determined lover in pursuit of the girl of his choice. And this is the section on persistence. So, you have to persist to get what you want, type thing. So what does that mean to you? Does that mean anything to you? Or what does that mean?
I'm smiling is because I do a TikTok. I do a message of the day for people. And guys, oh my God. The message from Saturday was persistence. I'm not kidding. You cannot make this stuff up. It blows my mind. This happens all the times in my readings or in my sessions with people too. Like it's so wild. But yes, we need to persist. We must persist because we have been conditioned and brought up in a society or culturally or whatever, generationally, of lack. We literally have to deprogram those beliefs that we chose to believe from our parents or from school or from society or whatever. And then we have to reprogram, remember who we are, essentially, and then be consistent. This is what the difference between somebody who's going to make it, somebody who's going to change, somebody who's going to affect that great abundance and wealth. They literally had me write this down last night. They said birthright abundance that we are meant to have is somebody who is consistent and persistent. Well, Bob Proctor's the perfect example. Corey Poirier is the perfect example. Shelley's the perfect example. If you keep doing what you are guided to do, and if you keep aligning with that frequency of energy, of course you're going to meet that match, right? It's becoming an energetic match. How's that?
Oh, so powerful. I love it. And so you said You were told to draw a card for us as
Oh my
well.
gosh. So this is so crazy. So this is from, and who knew that you were going to talk about money? I had no idea. Money and the Law of Attraction cards is the deck that they told me to get. So crazy. So it's, I am becoming more aware of my feelings about money. So listen to this. Many people protest when we explain the power of telling the story of their finances as they want it to be rather than what it is, because they believe that they should be factual about what is happening. But if you continue to look at Lackville, what is, and speak of what is, you will not find the improvement of what you desire because you're aligning with that lack still. If you want to affect substantial change in your life experience, you must think thoughts that feel different as you think them. Right?
And I think the feelings definitely have to relate to our thoughts. When you say that, it makes me think of a vision board. There's even in my past, there's some things that I've actually put on my vision board, and my thought is that that's what I want, but my feelings were different. Either it was that I felt like I didn't deserve it. Maybe my feeling was I knew that that's not even what I wanted. Maybe it's what society expects of me. But yeah, like there's such a correlation between those feelings and those thoughts.
Yeah, and I think what they were trying to drive home with that is because what you can actually, like, our brains are, I love science. I'm this big science geek, but like this big spiritual person as well. Our brains are, well, we know they have neuroplasticity. So we can actually retrain our brains. So I love that you said vision board because I had COVID recently and I couldn't do anything else. So I literally just made myself like a new vision board. Like you can't make it up. And every vision board that I've created has come true because that which you focus on expands. So if you can create the feeling, or if you think of something and it creates an excitement inside of you, that automatically raises your vibration. That automatically, oh, thank you, Bossy Girl Leadership. You are so sweet. And my intention was that you guys felt my heart. So thank you. So what we need to do then, what that does is that raises our frequency, right? And and I understand the feelings of unworthiness or undeservingness, but when we can look at that vision board, or when we can think about that which we want to manifest, and we conjure those feelings of what it would feel like when we have it, that is then what changes those neurotransmitters in your brain. And then literally, then it gets to become your reality. So I was like, okay, I'm creating my cottage. This is what I want it to look like, because I created my husband. I'm not even kidding, like made to order. It's like you put in your order to the universe. Here you go. I mean, I wanted tall, dark, and handsome, and he is tall, blonde, and blue-eyed, but he's stunning and gorgeous and absolutely incredible and my most amazing soulmate, like amazing. I manifested my house, my car, like these things are totally doable for us. Oh, and another thing that I just want to mention, they were talking, Shelley, when you were talking about addiction, because I'm always tuned in all the time and I always set the intention to be used for a higher will every day. That's also a hugely prospering prayer. If anybody wants to know that, express gratitude and ask to be of service. But what they were saying about addiction is so many people who have these higher life paths, or life paths of more than just working and growing older and passing away, more as we are supposed to affect more of the collective. We do have addiction issues or whatnot because we are more sensitive souls. So it can feel hard to process this lower, denser energy of earth. However, so like that is actually a really telling thing. So is being neurodivergent. So people with ADHD or autism, like they have these deeper gifts inside of them for a reason, and you're different for a reason. So it's like that we had to go through what we had to go through so that we can help other people, of course.
Well, and there's where there's light, there's darkness, right? So a counselor, when I was at treatment, explained to me as well that yes, they're bound for greatness, and mostly it's like to help others and to share. So he feels too that sometimes we're pulled into the darkness because of how much light we could actually shine, right?
Oh,
So it's
interesting.
all like we're tempted, right, to go in that direction because of how much light we can actually bring to the world and to others.
Interesting.
So,
Interesting.
Well, and I will say too, one of the things that I love that you said there, Lisa, and I was trying to, because I've talked about our vision board so many times that I was trying to see if I could quickly, which I couldn't quickly find the picture because I know roughly when it is, but I'll figure that out for later. What I was going to say about, I love what you just said, is there's a lesson in there that a lot of us miss, I think, when it comes to quote unquote manifesting or vision boards or what have you. And I'm working on, which I won't go into much detail, but I'm working on a new book. It's a parable. It's like a lesson type thing of a guy teaching another person life lessons that he's learned in the year since. And one of the things that he talks about is manifesting. And the younger guy, the guy trying to learn, said, well, that whole secret thing, how come everybody didn't get what they wanted and blah, blah, blah. And basically, and I'm obviously paraphrasing and just kind of condensing it all, but essentially he says, maybe they did. Maybe they got what they were supposed to have. They just didn't get what they asked for. And, you talked about your husband, right? Like sometimes we have to be, I think, flexible that
Yes.
you ordered it in this package. It might come in a slightly different package, but that's to your benefit. And the example he gave in the story was maybe you didn't get this job. Let's just say as an example, you've been, oh my God, I should work at this company. This company would be great for me. And you don't get that job and you get this other job. And that's where you meet the love of your life. So is it not that the universe basically said, no, I know you said you want this, but I'm going to give you what you need and what you really want. You just don't know it yet.
Yes.
So I love that because I think a lot of people don't realize what's the terminology. People say, I want this or something better.
Yes, this is something better manifest for me now.
I wish The Secret would have said that. This or something better.
Or what's that?
Mhm.
Oh, the Garth Brooks song. Shelley's talking about unanswered prayers.
Awesome.
You know that
Oh,
song?
yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. And I've written about that so many times and I've said that so many times, like, oh my gosh, there was like even like guys where I'm like, oh no, like he's so good on paper. Like, what do you mean? And then it turns out it's like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Like, thank you so much for not making that happen. Right. So it's absolutely incredible. All we need to do is follow our soul. That is the key to everything. And yeah, it's absolutely amazing what can transpire.
Well, and when you talk about money, I have to give a shout out to another bluester, actually, Casey Knight, Aurora. She actually did a talk just a few months ago in Toronto, and it was about money. And it changed my outlook on money and my feelings towards money, just as she was speaking. And I don't want to give away the whole talk, but essentially she was just asking like what it would feel like to have $10,000, what it would feel like to have $100,000, what does it feel like to have $1 million, what does it feel like to have $10 million, now what about 50 million, and sit in that feeling. And like as she's going up in numbers, like you just kind of like get more and more excited. But the crazy and cool thing about her talk was about how Mother Earth and, the universe wants people like us to have more money because we're not going to start the wars. We're not going to buy the land and kick people out and buy business. We're going to do good things with it. And instantly it changed everything. It changed my whole, like I'm getting shivers thinking about it, but it just changed my whole outlook on money because I'm like, yeah, like we are going to do good things if we have more money. And as healers and as helpers, like we feel guilty lots of times taking money and asking for money, but that's just the way the universe flows. But then when she explained it like that, I'm like, yeah, like the
Yes.
more money we have, the more we can do to help other people, really, essentially.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
My
it's
guides actually, sorry, Corey, go ahead.
oh, no, go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, my guides actually had me create this one course called Wealth from Soul. And that's what it was about. I kept on getting the downloads of, because it is time to get money, lots of money into the hands of good people, because we'll do good things with it.
Hmm.
I was going to say too,
We'll help the world. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
well, the or something better part I was talking about as well. One of the things that made me think of, like, so Shelly and I previous to the vision boards we have now, we each did a vision board, and it was funny because we had them on bristle boards in the hallway. They were like gaudy looking, like they didn't fit, they weren't like they definitely weren't designer thing, but they brought a lot of they bought more abundance than a lot of the designer stuff in the house, I guess I could say. But the interesting part is we did different things on it. Like both of us had have a family on there, and we're old parents, so like the odds were already against us, and we didn't know if we could conceive. And ultimately we had two healthy children, pretty much the natural way, C-section, but still natural way. But I mean, so, and easily, like not even that hard. And Shelly wore a fertility bracelet, and we had our vision boards up. But the interesting part is on my vision board I had I think a boy and a girl. We ended up having two boys. I wouldn't change a thing, so like the manifesting still happened. It's just that it came a different way. But what it made me think of as well is we put it up for a house. And I had this picture of this house that we saw that was by the water, near where we live. We went out and looked at it. And I think in a lot of ways we were trying to force ourselves to think it was the right house, because there weren't a lot of houses on the market. And also it was by the water, and we both love the water and all that kind of stuff. Long story short, our house that we have now that we ended up getting is only 5 years old, has a warranty on it still, whereas this house was a much older house. This house was built for a person in a wheelchair, so we would have had to do a lot of retrofits that would have cost a lot more money. Ultimately, we put up one house, but we got a different one. Does that mean the manifesting didn't work? No, we still got a house, and we got the right house for us.
Yes, and the perfect one for you.
Yeah, so
it's like you put in your order, and then you get out of your own way. You surrender the outcome. You're like, okay, this is what I want. I'm doing the work. I'm showing up. I'm being consistent. I'm being persistent. I'm being diligent. I'm looking at this every day. I'm focusing my intentions, and I allow myself to receive. Thank you.
But I think that's also key, is being persistent, showing up, doing the work, being consistent. Because as Corey, and when he interviewed Lisa Nichols from The Secret, I mean, as she said, you can do the vision board and you can sit there and stare at it. But after a couple of years, all you're going to end up having is like a lumpy couch, right? From sitting on it and staring at it. You got to do the work as well. And people kind of, they'll maybe even read the books and think they're doing everything by reading the books, but they're not actually making the changes.
Yeah, well, what he's kind of alluding to is I talked about in one of my books called The Book of Why and How. I talked about say the 5 steps you have to take to have a fulfilling life, and one of them was I really touched on what The Secret covered, and I said the law of attraction is a legit law that does work, but I believe it works best with the law of action. And I felt that The Secret, because they were so constrained for time, didn't really maybe demonstrate the action part for people that didn't understand it. So what happened was a lot of people went out and said, hey, I did the vision board. I want the motorbike with the ribbon. I walked outside. It's supposed to be sitting there. Where's my bike? But they didn't understand that there's an action component. And so that's what Shelly's alluding to, is I do believe that there's an equal law of action, and it'll serve you better if you combine that with the attraction. But if you just, like Lisa said, she said, if you make the best vision board in the world, and if you stare at it all day, every day for 2 years, but you never get up off the couch, when you do finally get up, it's just going to be a lump in the couch. And that's what a lot of people do, is they kind of just throw it out to the world and say, I did my part, bring it to me. And I do believe that you have to at least let the universe know you're doing your part. And I kind of liken it that it's like if you were on a road and you never moved, and it's a road that went to a fork, and your gift that was coming to you was on the other road and you saw it go by, do you have any right then to complain? I never got my gift. Well, you never walked over to the other road there and said, I'm ready for my gift. So
Right. And
we-
that's a lot of what I teach people is how to recognize the signs, how to read energy, how to follow through, what to follow through on, what is real guidance, what is intuition, what am I supposed to be doing as a forward momentum. I teach them how to follow energy rather than going with the push, force, struggle, strive. Yeah. So absolutely. Also, they also want to mention the law of assumption, like knowing that it's already done, because that's also a big thing as well. I mean, we can get into a whole other talk about that maybe another time. But yeah, it's absolutely, there has to be action. There has to be action. There has to be action. And that's where it falls flat for so many people.
So let me ask you a quick question, Lisa. We have a little less than 5 minutes left. We had a little bit extra time with you because you were the first guest and we had a break in between.
Love it. Thank you.
But so that we do end up taking the break, we'll have about 5 minutes left with Lisa, and then we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with another guest. But Lisa, I wanted to ask you something that just came up for me, and then I want to ask you, of course, the most important question of how can people work with you and learn more. But my last official question, and Shelley, of course, you can ask official question if you want, and you have one as well. But my last official question ties into what we were just talking about. And so we've talked about different things, and because you mentioned that you like to teach people how the different ones work, one of the ones that I'm always interested in is synchronicity. So the one way I take action, and I learned this from James Redfield, who wrote the Celestine Prophecy, basically the book about synchronicity. And he always said in the book, and talks in person as well, about how you have to act on it to show the universe that you want more of it. So for me, what I did, and Shelley will confirm this, is I have a book that I write down the synchronicities when they happen, because I feel then I'm showing the universe in journaling, hey, I noticed you. Thank you so much. May I have another? You know, I might not be saying that may I have another, but my question is, what are your thoughts around what other things we could do? So for example, and I don't know if there's anything we could do with this, but you see 111 people every day. Oh, guys, I saw 111. But what do we do with that? Like, do we just go, thank you, universe? Or is there something, and the numbers might not be the right question. That might be just
no, the numbers are perfect. That's perfect.
Okay. So let me ask you, what do we do with this stuff? Once we know that some sort of synchronicity has come to us or showing itself and saying, like the other day, I told Shelley about this, but I bought a Tina Turner CD. I don't even know if I've ever bought a Tina Turner CD, but I bought it at the flea market just to listen to it on the way home. And then when I got in the car the next day, Tina Turner's playing on the radio. And I thought Shelley had put the CD in, but no, it's Tina Turner. I can't remember the last time I heard Tina Turner on the radio. And I don't remember the last time I seen a Tina Turner CD, let alone bought one. So my question is, what does that mean? What do we do with that when that stuff happens?
Okay, amazing. So then we ask the deeper questions. So really you are wanting, or your soul is what I'm hearing, is wanting to open up more. And I don't know if this makes sense to you, but what your guides are saying is that Tina Turner is in relation to your mother. So there's something about in relation to your mother that wants to come through. What? Tell what?
I don't know what
Okay.
Doesn't your mom love Tina Turner, or she talks about her legs, or she went to a concert?
Yeah, Shelley's right. My mother's
not been to a lot of concerts, but I remember hearing a story about Tina Turner from his mom.
Yeah, so my mother doesn't go ever to hear, like she doesn't go to hear concerts at all. She's not a music person, and she's one of the rare, which is really weird because I'm such a music person, but she's not at all. And she doesn't like music that much. She openly says that. She maybe has 3 bands she likes, but she went to a Tina Turner concert, one of the only concerts in her life, and she goes on and on about how, oh my God, I went there and I didn't want to go, and I was forced to go, and all I could talk about for the next 6 months was Tina Turner, and oh my God, she was amazing. And my mom would sit here and tell you right now, like that was the best concert she ever went to in her life. And I never clued in until Shelley said it about Tina Turner. So then you said something related to my mom.
Yes. So we just have to look for the deeper meaning. And it's always like the first thing that we think about. So some signs you have to, like, that was just like me using my intuition, me tuning in. That's just one of my gifts, and which I teach people how to do as well, because everybody has that. And also, sorry, I just saw a comment that Shelley wrote. So also there is like different signs that we have to know. So when people see 111, it does mean manifesting, but what it actually means is watch your thoughts, because they're manifesting into form. So if you're going into negativity, then those things are going to happen. Or if you're going into scarcity and lack, the worst thing that people can do is worry about money or worry about anything. So you're drawing everything is frequency, everything's energy, everything's vibration. And the way that energy works and the way that law of attraction works is you have to align your energy to that which you want. So if you're going into worry, you're going to attract more things to worry about. Like attracts like. It's like a magnet. That's how it works. So if you see 1111, watch your thoughts. They're manifesting into form. Same with 222. I've been seeing them everywhere. It's like, keep the faith and keep going. Like, these are just things that I know because I've memorized and learned over the 15 years that I've been doing this, right? So, but the deeper things, like what you were saying about Tina Turner, then what your guides are prompting you to do is you can be like, okay, well, what is the deeper message in this? Can you tell me more? And it's like, it can be through a thought, it can be through a feeling, but it's like following that trail, following that deeper intuition. And what I'm hearing is that it was all around Mother's Day and blah, blah, blah. And you having appreciation for your mom and like laughing at the synchronicity or seeing like the deeper connection, because you, Corey, are a huge, and you as well, Shelly, are huge influencers and here to show people the deeper insights, the deeper meanings, how everything is connected. And we only see like 1% of what actual reality is. Right. So it's you coming into more of your gifts, you coming into your soul alignment. That's what that's coming through for.
Amazing. I love that. And it's so cool when stuff like that happens in real time. Like the idea of that, I never thought about the Tina Turner connection. And just to finish that off, because Shelly mentioned that, people might be wondering what that was about. And then Lisa, I definitely want to ask you how we can learn more, and we'll call it a to be continued as well, because I feel like we barely scratched the surface. But the Tina Turner thing Shelly's talking about is my mom talked about, and this was part of why my mom liked her, is because of how hard she worked during that concert. So like my mom was talking about how the sweat was just dripping and she was like going all in. And then my mom kept commenting, and her legs, they were so muscular. I think it's because all the work she put in to make this show entertaining for us. But she went on with her legs for the longest time. And so that's what Shelly's talking about. But my mom, her reasoning behind it was all to do with the fact that she put in she put in the work for that audience. Like, it wasn't like just somebody that showed up and just went, thanks again, here's my next song. Like, this was, in my mom's idea, this was a person that was like working like 2 full-time jobs to entertain an audience. So that's where the legs come in, because she was just like, I think her representation was, look at the size of her legs. Clearly that's how hard she works every night to entertain us.
Yeah, that's me. And it's amazing that you're bringing up the hardworking too, because, oh my God, this card popped out of the deck. I'm not even kidding. And I know that you probably have to pop off. My success does not require hard work. It doesn't. It requires using your gifts. So then when you use your gifts and you're happy and it's not hard work, and we're moving out of this paradigm of push, force, hard work, working myself to the bone, into ease, flow, joy, receptivity.
Amazing. Well, Lisa, like I said, I want to ask you before we let you run. And here's another nice comment that a Facebook user, #1. I don't. So on StreamYard, sometimes it doesn't show the name if the person's not registered on StreamYard. So somebody on Facebook says, "Thank you, Lisa, so much." And I forget, there was another one I saw up there. Somebody else. This obviously is a comment to you, Lisa, because somebody said to Michelle Wilson. I'm not sure who Michelle Wilson is.
She's a private client. Love her. Okay. Yes.
You always know when to let me know. Oh, so this is Michelle commenting. I thought it was Michelle saying, thanks for letting me know about this. So either way, there you go. So that was a nice comment by Michelle. So Lisa, I just wanted to ask you, how can we learn more? Like, what's the best way to connect with you? Is there a hub? What does that look like?
Yeah. So I do actual free readings for people. I do a collective reading every Sunday for the highest good, greatest interest, most amount of healing. It helps people to navigate the energies and align to their highest path of the week. Whoever watches it, they're meant to. And then after that collective reading, I do them every Sunday to help navigate the coming week. Then I do personal card pulls for those people who I am drawn to, just so they can get like a little taste, right? Because it's kind of magical. Like, it's kind of wild. Like, it is so amazing. It's just more to life. This work actually like saved my life, and that's why I'm so passionate about it. That's a whole other thing. But so they can go on my Facebook page called Your Soul Filled Life. That's actually my private group. That's where they can get the free talks, the free readings. Also on Lisa Stamper Mind Body Spirit. That is my Facebook page, my fan page. But to learn more, you can go to my website, www.lisastamper. So just how my name is spelled. It's like stamp, SAUER.com. And then they can find out all of those things on there as well.
Awesome.
Amazing.
And
So
Lisa, you're going to be doing a live talk with us?
Yes, I'm going to Harvard.
Perfect. That's when I was wondering where I would see you.
Amazing. I
comment
can't
for you, by the way. I was right in a weird way. Kieran
Oh.
Michelle sent her the link. So there you go.
Oh, perfect. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Yes, and so thank you so much, Lisa. You mentioned Harvard, and I think I said to you yesterday or the day before in a message that literally today we should have the date locked in. My organizer came back and said, "Here's the dates that are available," and I went back and said, "Okay, I'll lock these in." So I'm always scared to jinx things, so I don't want to say this is for sure those dates. But considering I asked for those dates, he said they're available. I said I want them. That's pretty much says to me that we're good for those dates.
So
I'll start
excited.
soon, and hopefully I'll have that all locked in today or tomorrow. So Lisa, you're indeed going to be speaking at Harvard for this year. I'm so excited both that's happening and the Harvard's happening because it was on hold like so many venues, and I just found out like last Tuesday that we're going to be running an event by July. So like 2 months notice, but it's better to be on stage at Harvard in 2 months than have to wait a year. So there you go.
Amen. It's been 2 years that we've been waiting, so we're ready.
100%. So I just wanted to put that shout out as well. So thank you so much, Lisa. This has been an absolute pleasure. We'll call it a to be continued with your permission because I know we barely scratched the surface. And we'll also say till next time, my friend.
Okay.
Amazing. Thank you, my friends. Take care. So many
Thank you,
blessings.
Lisa. Awesome. Thanks. And everybody else, we're going to take just literally a 5-minute break. I'm going to try to put up a thing here for anybody that may come and discover this while we're on the break. But we're just going to put a 5-minute break just because we started in kind of a hurry today. Let's make sure I can put it up. Of course, I'd have to do something with privacy settings and everything else right now. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to figure that out in a second, but instead of us just sitting on here while I'm doing that, I'm going to take us down. So you'll just see a black screen. But if you're hearing this now, you'll know this. And anybody else that comes, you'll see we're coming back in like 5 minutes. So it's not very long. I'm just giving us a break to set one thing up. But we're going to remove each of us now for 5 minutes, and we'll be right back with another guest. Thanks, everyone. Hello, hello.
Hey Corey, how's it going?
Good, Samantha. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Awesome
Hi.
stuff.
Hi
Uh,
Shelly.
Samantha, this is Shelly. Shelly, Samantha. Our next guest. We're kind of spoiled today because we normally don't get breaks during these events, but the university decided it wanted us to have some breaks, so we've had some Tetris moving around of things. So yeah, so we get a break right after this, and then we have another break in the afternoon, and that's really rare. Usually, when I'm doing these events, there's times whenever it's like all day, no nonstop. So I don't mind breaks. So Samantha, we're back after break. So great to have you here, Samantha. What we usually do, which you may have heard me say earlier or in the past, but we usually get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves rather than me reading some sort of bio that I'm reading wrong or saying the names wrong. So having said that, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself? And of course, you'll get to know Shelly as well during this call and vice versa. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself for those that might be discovering you for the first time today?
Yeah, I would love to. I'm Samantha Louise. I call myself a leadership cultivator, and this comes from my background in growing up on a farm in the Midwest and starting to explore in my teenhood years and young adult years that there were some unwritten rules that seemed to be coded inside of me that were governing the way that I thought, the way that I perceived the world around me, the way that I responded to different emotions, and the way that I thought or didn't think I could express needs. And step into leadership roles and lead differently based on some of those unwritten rules imposed on me by my culture. So today I work with girls and women who want to lead themselves, their family, their community, their organization in different ways than what was expected of them, in ways that are authentic and really honoring their own personal truth and the calling that they feel they have in their own life.
Wow. That is, I mean, there's a lot there that we can dive into. That's amazing. And
Yeah.
so I guess, and I know you kind of sort of touched on it a little bit, but
Mhm.
can you tell us what was for you at least the main catalyst for that? Like, was there a big thing that happened to you or a big thing that just kind of drove that or pushed you in that direction?
Yeah, I think, excuse me.
It's all good.
When I was a teenager, I got to start traveling. Um, sorry.
No, no, it's all good. It
Take a
happens.
drink.
And I was seeing in other places in the world that people were trying to escape the world that they were living in, whether they were kids or adults. And a lot of it had to do with the lack of a sense of belonging in their communities, a lack of sense of belonging in their families or organizations. And I couldn't figure out why that was. So whether it had to do with um, the questions they had of themselves, or whether it had to do with expectations from families and communities, I was at this moment in my life at the end of high school, going into college, where I wanted things to be different for my own life. And through some of these travels and meeting new people, meeting new cultures in the world, I started to realize that these themes, the common theme for joy, the common theme to belong, the common theme to have meaning in life was consistent wherever I went in the world. And when I finally got into adulthood in my first career as a teacher, I hit burnout really, really hard, like a lot of other teachers and young professionals are in the world right now, because I was trying to do things that I was trained to do instead of doing things the way that felt natural, and overworking so many hours, trying to get involved in as many projects as I could to be seen as worthy and good and valuable and making an impact and a difference. And it was like the sense of spinning out in my life, right? So I felt like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing, what I was trained to do to make a difference. But inside of me, nothing felt right. I started to get sick mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And I think the biggest catalyst was this kind of this moment of identity crisis, where I was who people were expecting me to be instead of who I felt like or who I thought I was. And reflecting back on childhood to think, this is what joy used to feel like in my life, and I don't have any of it anymore.
So what
Yeah.
process did you take kind of to remove those masks, I guess we could say, of, being what people want us to be? Like, what was that process like for you?
For me, it was exploring as many different spiritual practices as possible. I grew up as an athlete, so I had all kinds of experience with the physical development and what it meant to train hard, what it meant to be focused and on point, to be able to perform. And I realized that when I had my first yoga class, I was only in high school, but it was my first yoga, first meditation experience, and I realized that I could tap into something inside of me that I wasn't really sure what I was experiencing. I didn't
Mhm.
know where the heck I was going during those experiences, but it was different. I was in the zone like I was in physical training practices, but that was the beginning. So it was yoga and meditation for me, but then taking it to different forms of yoga, different kinds of contemplative meditative practices, and
Mhm.
trying to find, depending on the season in my life, what was the best tool or the best technique that could help me strip away those masks and I guess discern between a persona that I might be putting on
Mhm.
and who I was really supposed to be.
Mhm. Well, and discovering who the authentic self is, right? I mean, that's
Mm.
kind of the key. I love your word cultivator, because it's like you said, it's stripping away. It's like working the soil, right? I mean,
Yes.
so it's just kind of funny because where we live, we have a field in our backyard. So the cultivator was just there 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
absolutely right. And the whole idea of cultivating a seed bed
yeah.
or digging up roots of the weeds
Mhm.
or really hard compacted soil that you can't break through because it's like concrete almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's a different way to look at it for sure. I've never
Mhm.
kind of seen it as that, but yeah, it is. It's very cool. So whenever you like, are you still a teacher now? Are you kind of is this your core is working with women and with teens?
Yeah, I was a teacher at first. I left the world of public education and went into public health and healthcare, trying to do the same things of advocacy and looking at how do you create mindful leadership? How do you use mindful leadership to change policies and systems that are not serving people so well? And through the process, I was very disillusioned by the way leaders were managing or administering a bureaucracy instead of inspiring transformation and change. So I got to a point where I left. I was running a project and I felt like my community had once again been betrayed. They'd been given the lip service of here's a promise of change we're going to make happen. Down the road, the rug gets pulled and they're
Mhm.
on their backs with the leaders of the community saying, "No, we did what we said we would do." And I got tired of it. I just got so tired of it. So I left. And right now I'm running women's groups because I love the peer learning and the group dynamic element of self-development.
Mhm.
So that women can also talk about what are the things they're experiencing in communities or in workplaces that they might go home and be questioned about, right? Like that. There's no way that happened to you as a woman in leadership. But then you get a group of us together, and all of us are experiencing strange passive aggressive comments and
Mhm.
weird dynamics when we walk into meetings as the only woman. And it's just a refreshing, freeing kind of leadership development plus spiritual development
Mhm.
space. So that in addition to a nonprofit that I recently started called Brave Girl International,
Cool.
and the concept is all the same, but it's for girls ages 8 to 18. So
Awesome.
exploring why do we have to wait until we are women in a
Mhm.
career, with a family, in a community, to start looking at mindset and these rules that are governing the way we live. What if we
That's
started
awesome.
when we're children? Because being a teacher, I know it's not happening in schools. We don't talk about mindset and well-being and mental health until it's too late.
Well, and I know that you're focusing on the, the teens and or the women and the girls, but there also is even the boys, right? Like, I mean,
Absolutely.
there's even the way that, the school system and society is even teaching boys how they should be and not
Mm.
teaching them how to deal with emotions, like suck it up. And, we have another blue star, Kimmy, and she talks a lot about that too, right? And so it's, boys don't cry. Well, yeah, they do, and they can. So it's kind of cool. She kind of is focusing on that area, and you're focusing on, the girls and stuff. So, but that's quite powerful. I mean, it's the persona of what they should be like and how they should be. And
Mhm.
it takes a lot away, it puts a lot of pressure and takes away from who they could actually strive to be, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think one of the most beautiful parts about the Blue Talks community is the way that we're all brought together to
Mhm.
explore exactly what you just said.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
it's okay to do it in that space. Like, you don't have to show up with your business suit and tie on and pretend that life is perfect and you are perfect,
Mhm.
right? You show up with your heart and you
Yeah.
show up to just have honest conversations about how do we make sense? That's ultimately, I feel like, the big thing here. How do we make sense
How do we make
around what's
how do we
yeah,
make it better, right?
yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
that's earn me love. You don't have to
Mhm.
show up. Just show up with love.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy. My prior life, I was environmentalist for 10 years in Alberta in the oil and gas industry. And so I was the project coordinator and I wore the white hard hat. Anyone who's done construction knows the white hard hat is the boss. And I'd show up on site and it was hard. I was in a male dominated industry for a long time, and it's hard. It puts a lot of pressure, and I at the end of it I had to take a sabbatical and take a leave because it just became to be too much.
Mhm.
But it just shouldn't be like that. I will say one thing though, that the men who were my age or younger had no problem. So, I will say that hopefully it's going to get better because those are
Mhm.
the ones who are going to be the leaders coming up. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that as painful as the pandemic time period has been in the world, I think that the demand that the general public is expressing in a
Mhm,
paradigm shift from leaders is starting to be experienced in real life now. Especially in rural communities where
mhm,
it tends to feel like you are living backwards in time instead of in modern day times. Even in places that seem more conservative, more traditional and backwards, for lack of better word. I'm even seeing in these contexts where men and women both are starting to show up differently. Organizations are starting to structure jobs differently, and it's giving their communities a completely new way to live and breathe and be free together.
I will say too, I think this is me personally. I think in one way we have to get away from any kind of, and I mean this in any capacity, but us versus them sort of mentality.
Yes.
But excuse me, I will say if we talk progress, because of course for a long time it's been imbalanced. It's like if you read, like I'm going to read a part from this book and get your take on it. Think and Grow Rich, but I mean, this book was written in a time where all the books said men, man, man, like, and they were meaning men and women, like they were talking about women, but saying our fellow man and stuff like that. I
Yes.
mean, if you look at the progress, I just there's a reason I brought this up. I just want to even highlight the fact that with Blue Talks, for instance, it's some, as somebody who's been speaking for 20 some years, when I first started speaking in the speaking world, it was like 9 men, 1 female speaking on the stage at the same time. Like, it was almost very rarely ever a female speaker. And when we launched bLU Talks as a heart-based community, it was like, it still to this day blows my mind. It was the exact opposite, like 85, 90% female, 10%, 15% male. And again, this is coming from somebody who saw the speaking world where it was almost always only exclusively a men's club. And so I feel like that's progress. Like, the fact that we're seeing that many females rise up and saying, I deserve to take the stage. I deserve to write this story. I deserve to get my message out to the world. So I feel like there's progress. And of course, in most cases, it's not to that extreme. Like, it's not, we're not seeing, for example, CEOs. Like, the CEO world, I mean, we've seen it go from maybe less than 1% to 5% over the last 20 years. So somebody could argue and say, well, that's not much progress. But if you look at 1% to 5%, that's 5 times the amount. That's actually significant. Again, in our perspective, with bLU Talks, we're seeing it like dramatically the opposite direction. So I just want to put it out there that I feel like we're progressing. We're going in the right direction. And I'd like to see, in a perfect world, I don't think it should be, like I said, well, this group had it for this long, so now we should have it for this long. I think it should be balanced. I think in a perfect world, we should be striving for balance, because if there's men and women in the world, and men and the women have to come together to create more men and women, then I think it should be equal myself. I don't know what your thoughts on that, but that's just my take on it.
I totally agree. And I think one of the things that I like to talk about is demasculinizing women in leadership. And a lot of times when I bring that up with women, they get defensive because they think I'm imposing on them a different model of what it means to be a woman. And when I tell men that I do women's leadership development, it's assumed that I must be right on the spectrum of, you're a man hater, but I'm not bad. I support women and all these other things. And it does lead into that conversation of it's not about the divide. It is about actually bridging the gap or closing the gap altogether. Not even having a bridge, just fill that in and try to make a neutral zone where we do support each other.
Well, I will say, Shelley and I talked about this the other day, and I mean, I'd love to get your take on this, but it feels like there's progress in certain areas, but we're deepening our struggles in other areas. And maybe it's just now it's coming to the surface, but we were talking about how much divide there also seems to be in so many areas right now. And I don't know why this popped into my head, but I even think of, and I won't go down this rabbit hole far because there's no need to, but I think of the Johnny Depp case right now. Like, we're seeing, it's like, it feels like there's people that haven't watched 1 ounce of any of it. And I haven't really watched much of it, but watched 1 ounce of it, but are making a judgment because he's a male and she's a female. So in other words, and I'm talking on both sides of the spectrum, like females saying, well, even if she was lying, you still have to go with her because it puts women back further. And then also people saying, well, just because he's a Hollywood star, you can't, like, the other side is that some people are forgiving him and saying he didn't do anything. So, but what I'm saying is, like, and then of course you have men that are saying, well, I stand with Johnny, women have been doing this forever. And then you have females that saying, why do men keep getting away with this? And what I'm saying is, it's amazing to see just the comments. It's fascinating, not in a good way, but to see the comments of how much there's still that divide, that it's like, let's not look at the person as a human and say, did they do right or wrong? Let's look and say, are they female or male? Okay, I'm on that side. That's just
exactly.
I just wish we could get past that. I hope we can at some point.
Yeah. And it all goes back to rewriting those scripts, right? What are the stories playing in those people's minds that say this is the response they should give? And the idea that perhaps they aren't regulated. What is their level of coherence to even stop and process what's going on so they can respond instead of react out of an emotionally charged state of being?
Well, so it brings up a good question, I think, Samantha, is what is your take to that when you said, respond versus react? I love that because I talk a lot about E plus R equals O. I don't know if you ever heard of that equation before. But for those that haven't, or for yourself, then it reads out, E is the event that happens in your life. R is the response you have to the event. O is the outcome that you ultimately have because of that response. And it's an equation that's long past me. I heard it through Jack Canfield, who I think heard it through W. Clement Stone, and who knows who he heard it from. But the idea is events are happening all day, every day in your life. And you get to choose, am I going to react to that or am I going to respond? And the response, and this is what I was going to ask you about, I always added in now that the plus to me in the E plus R equals O, the plus is the time you take to think about your response. So I see it as the pause. So my question is, how important is it that we actually think through that? Because I feel like most of the times if we react, we're reacting with that gut reaction, which could be good or bad. But do you think it's important we take a second to think about how we're actually responding to a situation versus us going, okay, I'll just react because that's what my instinct said to do? Because I feel like if you're cut off in traffic, your first instinct could be, I'm going to follow that person and get in a fight with them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to serve you the best. So I just love to get your take on that when you mention response versus reaction.
Yeah, I think something really powerful that I've learned in the last few years through biocognitive science is this idea of co-emergence. So it's not necessarily about just the feeling or just the thought. In that pause, that's where we get to see how the thought and the feeling happening inside of us, how are they coming out? How are they surfacing based on the stimulus that we just experienced? So as much as it is important to feel what you're feeling, and to understand what you're thinking, is those two things happening at the same time, right? Because that's how the human body works. We aren't just one or the other. We aren't a thinker or a feeler. We are both. And it's really about how we've been conditioned to observe what's going on after something stimulated us or charged us, right? So the pause there, that plus sign, is to say, was that event? Did it make me go up? Did it make me go down? What's the antidote to bring me back to balance so that I can respond, if that makes any sense?
Oh, it makes a lot of sense. I love the antidote part. What is the actual answer to what's going to bring me to the best place it should be? Because I think that's the part we struggle with, is we don't actually think. I guess that's the thing. We don't actually think, okay, how is this going to affect me? It's just like a job, right? Like, it's a weird random comparison, but Shelly knows that I've been watching wrestling since I was a kid, and so I like the wrestling on TV that everybody, like, most people are like, what, you watch wrestling, like the male soap opera? But I like behind the scenes stuff. I feel there's actually more story behind the scenes. So I bring this up because two of the female wrestlers just walked out a week ago, and they basically didn't feel they were being used properly. So they walked in with their women's tag titles, threw them on the HR person's desk, and said, we're out. And they had their suitcase in their hand, and they left. Why I bring this up is I won't go down all the path of what I think about them doing that and all that stuff. But just to say, you do wonder, did they actually sit down? Because they had hours, because they got there. Apparently they were there 4 hours, sitting with this, not happy. Did they think through, okay, if we make this choice, is all this going to happen? Like, what's going to happen as a result? And like actually think through what are going to be the best choices we can make. For instance, I also read that the two of them had 2 months left on their contract, and then they're done with the company. So the question is, would it have made sense to talk it through with them and then stick it out 2 months and then you're free? Or now can the company freeze their contract and keep them to not be able to work anywhere else for 10 years? So what I'm saying is, I wonder if it was a reaction or if it was a response. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know the answer to that. But to your point, the antidote, like, did they think about what's the antidote that's going to actually bring me to the best place? And I don't know.
Weigh the pros and the cons.
Yeah, did they weigh the pros and the cons of both reactions?
Yeah, and it's I agree totally. Every single context ever. It could be something as simple as, like, you get mad in the morning because your toothpaste tube is empty. What do you do next? Or it can be something as serious and profound as you're not being treated well at work, or you don't think you are. But if you're not going to have the conversation, and I know sometimes conversations don't go where you want them to, but at least you talked through it, right? And then you can check that off and say, nope, they aren't open to it, right? I might be open-hearted and open-minded, but now I know for sure walking out or whatever I'm going to say next to take a stand is the best way.
And they could, and to be honest, to be, to actually be fair to them, they could have thought it all through. Because, like, it makes me think of Dale Carnegie's book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living. He talks about in that book, think about what's the worst possible outcome from this, and can you live with it? And proceed accordingly. So maybe they thought, I don't care what happens. Like, in other words, one of them is net worth's in the millions. Like, she might have said, I don't care what happens. I'll set it out for 5 years. I'll go work in a different industry and leave this business altogether. Like, maybe they did think it all the way through. I can't say they didn't, but I wonder with those circumstances, did they? Or did they just pack the suitcases, walk in and say, here you go, we're out. See ya.
Because that's I was going to say, that's the story, right? That's the story of the shiro in a lot of cases, is that you throw it in their face and leave.
Yeah, and if they did think it out, I guess that to me is the takeaway, is as long as they thought it out, whatever decision they made is the right decision, because they thought it out. They thought, what can happen from this? Am I willing to deal with that? Am I okay with this? Is this too much for me to put up with? Fine. Again, I'm out. Yeah. And if that's your reason, that's your reason, right? And also, I would say for celebrities, they get weighed a little different. Like a celebrity walking off, for example, if you were making a movie as a celebrity and you walk off that movie, you're treated totally different than somebody else that walks off a job where they feel they're being abused. Like, they're like, now the movie's not getting made, so all these people are starving because of you. Now I wanted to see that movie, and now the movie's not being made, so that's your fault. You're owned by the public, so you should just have to suck it up. Like, it's amazing to me how we view celebrityism and how they're treated versus somebody else. I mean, sure, there's a lot of bonuses they get, perhaps, and perks, but I do also think that we hold them to a different standard.
Yeah, as if they aren't human.
Yeah, because if you walked off your job and you felt you weren't being treated right and your coworkers agreed, they would probably, Jerry Maguire. Do you guys see Jerry Maguire? Jerry Maguire walked off the job, wrote a manifesto and said, I'm not being treated well, I'm out. And at the time, only one person applauded him. But privately, they were all like, Jerry, you did such a great thing. And then when he was being fired, they were all like, don't look at him. Don't pretend you agreed with him. But they all seemed to be on board with it. What I'm getting at is they were cheering for him. We're rooting for him because, again, he's not a celebrity. But it's just funny. It's something I noticed that and I bring that up because those two wrestlers, everybody's turned against them. Because they're like, well, you'd left your job halfway through. You're unprofessional. You're this, you're that. And again, you wouldn't treat if it was your cousin who left their regular job, you wouldn't say a word. You'd be like, oh, right on, bro. Right on, sister. Go do it. Take it to the man or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's some things in life that, they justify the pros and the cons, or you have time to do the pros and the cons. But I mean, like the toothpaste scenario, or, someone cutting us off in traffic. I think there's, so many events throughout the day that can take us off balance, right? And, with this, the Army of Love, I mean, I just want to say too, like, if we treat all those things with love, even if it's somebody cutting us off in traffic, the outcome is definitely going to be something we can live with, as Dale Carney would say, right? Like, even I remember one morning, this is when I worked at the previous job, but I got a cup of coffee and just paid for it. And I was walking into work and trying to grab my bag and everything else. And then of course I dropped the coffee and it spills all over the ground, so it's like, how do I deal with this? What do I do? And I'm like, okay, let's just start the day over, walk back to the coffee shop, got another coffee, and then went back. But I could have been cursing about that all day long and let it ruin my whole day, right? Same as something getting us off in traffic. We could sit there and bitch and complain and everything else. Or it's like, okay, maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe they're in a rush. Maybe they just found out, their mother's in the hospital and they have to hurry to get there, right? Like, there's so many ways we can do things differently.
And to your point, it's not even about, we ruin our own day with it. But think about what you just said about you take it into work and then all of a sudden you hear the competition of my drive was bad. Oh, but my drive was worse. And my coffee spilled on me, not on the ground. And it just escalates into the whole culture.
I never thought of it like that.
Oh, I did. I was one of the and I remind me to come back. I wanted to share something that somebody does when somebody cuts them off in traffic, or how they deflate it in the moment every time. But I thought about that because I thought I even told Shelley, maybe I didn't, but I thought about doing have you ever seen the movie Sliding Doors, is it called, with Gwyneth Paltrow, where she has two choices. It's funny, I bring that up. I think it was like a big cult movie, but every time I bring it up, people are like, no, don't know what you're talking about. So basically, they have two doors. She had two doors, and I didn't see it. Actually, I didn't see it. I just know of the movie. I seen the previews and stuff. But the idea, I think, was that she could choose two doors, and one door would have a certain effect, another door would have another effect on her life. Like her life would be totally different. And so I thought about doing some sort of video, almost like Jay Shetty does the videos, where he does all these videos that are very profound and he gets actors in them and stuff. I thought about doing one with the ripple of the 2 different days.
Oh, yeah, we talked about this.
So like, you drop the coffee and then to show both ripples. So then if you pick it up and you go back and start your day over and you have a positive thing, then you're positive to your coworker, then they bring it home to their family and so on and so forth, versus the ripple of the negative. Like you bring it, you snap at somebody, then they snap at somebody. And so, yeah, I thought this all the way through because I'm like, it is totally a ripple. You don't see it as that. You think it's a small thing, but somebody cuts you off, you give them the finger, you go to the office and start screaming at people. And then it's a whole ripple that carries throughout the day and not only impacts that person, but they carry it. Maybe they yell at their family that night because they're like, how dare they yell at me at work? And they're still carrying that with them. So I totally thought that because I thought it'd be a cool video to do. But to come back to the cutting people off in traffic, this is actually our person we had doing our camera work. Him, since I won't say, most people won't know what I'm talking about, but him and his wife. One thing they do when somebody cuts them off in traffic, and maybe I'm a parent now, so I would say this, and it doesn't seem like unprofessional to say, but he said when somebody cuts them off in traffic, they live in a busy city, he said we always think, oh, maybe they got to poop real bad. And I think what it does is it lightens their mood and makes them laugh and smile, while also saying it's probably not about us.
Right.
I mean, they could say maybe they have a pregnant wife in the backseat that we can't see, that they're rushing to the hospital. But I mean, you could use any form of maybe their parents or maybe their whoever in their life yelled at them, freaked out at them, and gave them divorce papers that day. It could be anything you could picture. They just choose to make one that's funny to them and gets them smiling. But think about that. That means that they've practiced this so much that now it's habit. Mm-hmm. They immediately in their head go, gotta poop. Even when they're on their own, right? And like what that means is they're just like, let them carry on with their day. I'll just carry on with mine. Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, it's hard enough if you're in a small place to be cut off once or twice, or a rural area, kind of like we are. But when you're in like Toronto or New York, I mean, it's happening every 8 minutes. So if you carry that with you, I don't know how you could have a great day if you carry that energy with you all day. So I think people need to work on a solution. And maybe if you take this from today, everybody poops. That person needs a poop. Again, I'm a parent now, so that we talk about poop more than ever before. And that's the name of the book, by the way. Everybody poops. I'm done saying poop now. But yeah, if that's what you take, that just to think that there's something going on in that person's life that's not related to me, then that's enough. Because yes, I wish I knew years ago, because I've never been a road rage driver. Like it really blows my mind sometimes where I'll talk to somebody and they're like healers and they're the most compassionate people, and then you put them behind a wheel and they just like lose their mind. I went to a retreat the other day, a month and a half ago, and I didn't even tell Shelly this. There was a lady there that was teaching. Oh, I think I did actually. She was teaching meditation and yoga and that, and she said like until like a year ago or 2 years ago, she would chase people down that cut her off. And she said when it finally stopped is when a guy turned around and started chasing her. And then she was driving, looking for the cop shop, and like, so now all of a sudden it's back on her. And he might have a gun, but meanwhile for like 2, 3, or 4 years you've been chasing people down because and she said one time it was an old lady and she approached her and the old lady's like, "Oh, sorry, dear, I didn't even notice you there." Oh, she was 25 years meditating and still doing that.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, that's my point, is that I still blows my mind that that's the case. So I that's why I think it's important to me to even practice these things. Like to say, like, I always think like, how would I feel if it was my mother that just cut somebody off? Would I want somebody else freaking out at them and carrying that with them? So, just, there's always a way. My favorite word around this is reframe. There's always a way to reframe the situation to make it not about you. And not to dominate it anymore, but I'll just add this one story because we talked earlier about Wayne Dyer. No, actually, this is Stephen Covey. So 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. He shared a story in the book that's related to this fully, and maybe this can serve people. But he said that he was sitting on a bus and he was trying to get work done. And there was this man and 3 kids, and the kids are running around screaming and everything on the bus. And he was like, this is frustrating me because they're bumping into me. I can't get my work done. So he said, finally, he spoke up to the father and said, is there any way you can, and he probably worded it nicely, but is there any way you can have your kids stop freaking out and running around and disrupting my day? And the guy said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And he was like in a haze. And he said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Their mother just passed. And I haven't figured out how, we just left the hospital. I haven't figured out how to tell them yet. So my point is, Covey right away immediately was like, what can I do to help? So he could reframe in 2 seconds because the story was different. So why can't we reframe for ourselves to make the story different? And my question is, if somebody's listening to the story right now and you heard about these kids running around, you did initially, some people would automatically think, why can't people take care of their kids better? What's wrong with parents these days? But then when I tell you the mother just died and he doesn't know how to tell her, does that change your way of thinking about that dad? I benefit from 99% of the world. So we can reframe. And I think it goes back to your point about response versus reaction.
Yeah. And as you're talking, I'm thinking about a few years ago, one of my mentors always used to say the proof is in the pudding. So you can meditate all you want. You can read as many books as you want and write as much as you want. But at the end of the day, sit and do the movie screen, the film strip that runs through your head of what you did during the day, because all of the actions you took are in response to something else. Unless you initiate it authentically, there's still the proof is in the pudding. You can see whether you did it out of reactivity or compassionate response.
Well, and that's a great point, because I will say kudos to Meditation Lady, because she actually is acknowledging, hey, for this many years I was doing this, and now I realized it was wrong, and here's what, and again, right or wrong, I mean, it's all subjective, but the point is she realized it wasn't serving her, and she's finally made the change. If it took her 25 years, it's still better that so to your point, she still knows, like she can still rerun back those 25 years and say, I was kind of a dip, to do that all the time to people. And so as long as, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it happened yesterday. She's on the path now.
Exactly.
So I promised, and we have about 6 minutes left. And I say that we normally this show, we have 30 minutes, but because we had a break here, we gave you a little bit extra time. But what I said I was going to do is I was going to read you just apart from Think and Grow Rich. And I just want to get your take on it, Samantha. And then we'll wind down by figuring out how we can learn more about you and connect with you and that kind of thing. Does that work okay?
Yes.
Okay, very cool. Where are we at here? So this one here is just literally the paragraph I'm grabbing. But being a philosopher as well as a preacher, Dr. Gonzalez recognized, as we all do in life, that definiteness of purpose is the starting point from which we all must begin. He recognized, too, that the definiteness of purpose takes on animation, life, and power when backed by a burning desire to translate that purpose into its material equivalent. So my question is, how does that speak to you? What does that mean to you? Really, at the end of the day, he talks a lot in this book about the importance of having definiteness of purpose and also having a burning desire to achieve things. Desire is the first part of the book, the first section. So yeah, I'd just love to get your take on that. Do you think it's important to be definite in your purpose and have a burning desire?
Yes to both. And I think I used to have this idea that like you can be passionate about a million different things and have tons of different hobbies. But I think that the more my spiritual practice develops and the more that I meet other people who are focused on their path, I'm finding that like purpose is at the center of everything, and desire is what drives we might have 18 different jobs in our life. We might become an entrepreneur and change the theme of our entrepreneurial pursuits. But at the end of the day, it's always that common passion that is driving whatever. We change the vehicle that we change the vehicle that it takes to get to whatever we're going to do. But I think that the purpose, that very singularly focused purpose, is always within us. It's that light, that candle inside of us. So I love that. It resonates deeply.
I love the vehicle concept, the way you brought that up.
Yeah.
My head was going, oh yeah, social media and a book and the live stage. That's all the different vehicles. Yeah.
Well, I will say too, Samantha, to your point, and Shelley knows about this because I mean, she was a part of actually writing the book, but one of the books I wrote, I talk about purpose and passion and finding your why. But what to me, I look at purpose and passion combined as your why, like finding your why is part of both of those. But to your point, and I'm really just echoing what you just said. To me, how I define is I say passion is what you do. So what you're doing, photography, music, comedy, entrepreneur, what have you. Purpose is why you're doing it.
Yes.
And to create the ripple,
that.
to change lives, whatever that looks like. So I agree completely that your passion often changes a lot. And some people doesn't the whole life. Like a rock star might be a rock star their whole life and a musician. But for a lot of people, how many people change jobs every 2 years? And some of those people enjoy the job. So let's say their passion changes every 2 years or 3. But to your point, your purpose might alter slightly, but I think your mission is almost always your mission. Or at most, you might have 1 or 2 in your whole life.
Yeah.
But the passion,
absolutely.
Your point, it's constantly changing.
Well, even for you with a different, I mean, being a teacher, right? I mean, you were a helper and you wanted to make change, make a difference. Then you went into healthcare, kind of the same thing. And now what you're doing. So yeah, like, I mean, it may have changed a bit, but I'm sure your mission or your purpose hasn't altered much, like Corey said, at all.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Do you have a personal mission statement?
It's funny. I just brought up my teaching philosophy from a really old website I used to have. And in it, the very first sentence just said, I believe all people have the right to experience well-being.
Oh, sweet.
Right. I believe everyone deserves to thrive.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
awesome.
everything keeps coming back to that. Find your purpose to live a life that you love. And in that pursuit, you'll thrive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, that's a mission statement. Whether it's written or not, it's like there's a lot of organizations. Like I bet you if Disney were probably your best shot of asking each employee what the mission statement is and them knowing. But they're guaranteed there's people at Disney that don't know verbally what their mission statement is,
Right.
but they've seen the commercial, the happiest place on earth. The idea with Disney and their actual mission statement is to make everyone, especially children, happy. And so they know that every person that's on site there should be happy. Well, a new cast member, as they call them, it is an employee, new cast member, they might not know that that's the goal. They might not have even been trained yet, but they know if a kid drops his ice cream cone, they're allowed to pick up that ice cream cone and replace it with another one so that kid leaves happy. So what I'm getting at is that you don't have to necessarily know the mission statement, know it word for word or what the wording is of it, as long as you're living it, as long as you know what the premise is. And again, at Disney, they want everybody to walk away happy. Whether some people believe that or not, because I know there's a lot of people that don't like Disney because they're such a large company, all that. But I do inherently believe at the core of what Walt Disney created, the goal was to have people leave happy.
Mm-hmm.
And to me,
and there's the alignment.
Right?
Yes. And the alignment of what we say is exactly what we're going to do. And even if we don't know how to say it, we're still living it.
Absolutely. Well, and I want to ask you how we learn more, and I'll just, because it popped in my head, I don't know why the universe wanted me to add this, but it's like Walmart, similar to Disney. Like there's so many people that I know really have a strong disdain for Walmart, and for different reasons, maybe because they put their mom and pop shop at a business. It could be a myriad of reasons. But I will say I've read a lot about Sam Walton when he started Walmart, and I do believe his ideals were very pure. Like in other words, he wanted to support people that couldn't afford certain things. He wanted to find a way to be able to offer the lowest price possible so that you could have a better living, maybe take a vacation because you could buy everything cheaper. Like I think what he wanted to do was very pure. Now, whether or not that's translated through all the years of Walmart, that's not, I'm not going to try to decide that. But what I'm getting at is, I think like Walt Disney and Sam Walton, I do believe that just from everything I've read and seen, that they really did have that pure goal. Like Walmart says, what is it? Buy less, live better, or something like that. I do believe that was his goal. And I do believe with Walt Disney, he did want everybody to leave happy. So I think as long as your people know that, even if they don't, and if they believe that and feel that, like, why wouldn't you want to be able to put a smile on a kid's face at Disney if you could? Like, why would you want to go, I'm going to let that kid leave with a frown on his face?
Yes.
To me, it's only good business and smart sense to say we want everybody to walk away from here happy. So I just wanted to add that little touch about Walmart as well. Just they get knocked enough. I thought maybe I'll at least give them one little plus for people to hear, is that I do believe the idea behind why they built that business and brand was to help people and serve people.
Mm-hmm.
So, having said that, Samantha, how can we learn more, connect more? People want to work with you. What does that look like? All that kind of good stuff.
My website is probably the easiest way to connect, samanthalouise.co. And from there, you can navigate to social media or join any of my groups. I have a couple of women's groups that are starting up in July. And right now, I've got a free circle once a month called Brave Girl. It has evolved into girls and moms, and I've had some dads also ask if they can join. So that group, we do breakout sessions. So all the girls are learning like girls self-development. Moms are talking about motherhood, and dads eventually want to join to talk about fatherhood. So it's a growing community and it's global. So whoever wants to join, just
And is that
connect.
on
Yeah.
Facebook?
Say that again.
Is that on Facebook?
No, but I'll post it on here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think Shelly was meaning too is the group. Is that what
Yeah,
is the group
on
in
Facebook?
Oh,
Facebook group or-
no, it's through my website. We do everything on Zoom. So I
Okay.
just send people a calendar invite.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Thank
Fan?
you.
And the name of your foundation? What was the name of your foundation again?
Brave Girl International.
Okay. Love it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you.
And yeah, to your point, Samantha, if you want to put that in the comments as well, this stays up as a replay. Also, there'll be people watching throughout the day. So if you want to put it in the comments, and you can put it wherever you want, like on my main page, my own personal Facebook page. It's the video's running right now and will be throughout the day. You can go inside, amplify your message, or other Blue Talks group, wherever you want. But if you want to put that info below as well, then it makes it easier for people. If they're watching in real time, they can just click and go. It's a lot easier. So be able to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you both. This was lovely.
Awesome. And
Thank
with your
you.
permission, Samantha, I'll call it a to be continued.
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome. Very cool.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
All
my
right.
friend. Have a magical
Bye.
day. See you later. So everybody, thank you as well. What we're going to do is I think we're going to take just a 10-minute break. I've already even done up our little slide for this, I think. But yeah, I got to put it up here. But we're going to take just a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back again at the top of the hour. Our next guest, for those that may know her, is Christine Sauer. Dr. Christine Sauer is going to be joining us, and I can't wait to ask her the status of her TEDx talk, because I think it's very soon that it should be reaching YouTube. But until that time, we will be back, like I said, in 11 minutes at 12 Eastern. So see you guys back here in 11 minutes. Hey, Christine.
Hello.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. Hi, Corey.
Hello. So we're live today. We're doing a different take. As you probably saw, when we take our breaks, we're just letting people know we'll be back later. That way we don't lose the stream and have to start a new stream all over again. Shelly's just rejoin me here in a second, but maybe we'll kick things off, Christine, by getting you to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do. That's something that I like to do on this. Rather than me read a bio, I think it's always better to come from the guest. Tell us just a little bit about who they are. So, Dr. Christine Sauer, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Hi, Corey. I was born in Germany and I became a physician, a naturopath, family doctor, dermatologist, allergist. And then fate hit. I was married to a not so nice husband, had 2 kids, and had my own practice. And then my back went out and my ex decided to commit suicide. And we had already planned the immigration to Canada.
Oops, sorry.
So we did, and I came here to Halifax in 1997 with my 2 teenage sons, just in severe back pain because my back gave up, and depressed because I had lost my profession, my life's mission, my purpose. And I was down in the dumps and ended up here in Halifax in a mental hospital in 1998. It was the darkest part of my life, and I describe it in my videos. And from there, I struggled. Like many people, I was prescribed drugs and psychotherapy. They helped a bit, but I was still existing, but not thriving. And so I had to do something at some point because that was not the life that I wanted to live for the rest of my life. So I went on a quest myself to recover my sparkle. And that's what I now do for my clients because it works excellently for people with chronic depression and anxiety that just exist.
Amazing. And, Christine, I guess where I'd like to start from there is, well, first, let's start off with some more of an update news. So you recently did your first TEDx talk.
I did in Halifax, TEDx, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm curious to see first of all what the experience was like, and I'm also curious if you've heard any word on when yours might air and all that kind of stuff. So I'd love to just get a take from your experience before we dive further in.
Thanks, Corey. And you helped me tremendously with the preparation and actually execution of that TEDx talk. It was taped, it was online in COVID times, and it was live streamed in a Teams channel and nobody watched it. Okay, so I do have the recording. It's up at TEDx. I have no idea. It was February 26th. It's official, but I have not heard that they rejected it. I have not seen it on YouTube. The organizer says just give them time. That is the frustrating part. And I'm waiting to release it because it's really good. Thanks to you, Corey, because you helped me prepare it all and make it tight and concise and even better than it was before. Of course, I talked about bridging the gap and how people with depression really need more than what they're currently getting.
So powerful. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm waiting to see it. I mean, I can't wait. So I'm just waiting for the word, but I will.
Did you go bare feet?
Yes. I am barefoot on stage for a reason.
Absolutely. I love it.
And we have to wait and see the reason?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And
it's connected with the topic.
Well, and I will say too, Christine, that I would say the normal turnaround time, and normal is always a subjective word because it varies from place to place. I like from time to time, but I would say the normal turnaround time is 2 to 4 months. So you're still within that window, meaning for the video to go up, you're like right now roughly 3 months. So you're still within that window. So it could be, like you said, just a matter of fact that you're in a queue. I hate to say it that way, but you're just in a queue that eventually your turn will come up and it'll just appear. And it may be the event organizers may or may not know to tell you. So you may have to keep watching for it as well. But
I'll keep watch for it, and it will at some point it will come out in the open, that way or the other.
Yes, absolutely. Love it. So I just wanted to ask about that before we kick things fully off. So I guess maybe to jump into things, Christine, can you tell us, a little bit about, you've had the experience of let's say, the traditional medical approach. You've had the experience of the non-traditional medical approach. Can you tell us, when you're working with clients, what your take is on that, in the sense that, do you feel they both complement each other well? Do you feel like it's something where we should be using the best of both worlds? Or what are your thoughts around that? I just love to get your take on that, because I know that's a struggle area for a lot of people.
Yeah, I have absolutely my pet peeves in that. And we have actually good signs that antidepressants on the long term do not improve the quality of life of depressed people. It's proven, it's up there, scientifically proven. And I just was on a seminar with Dr. David Burns. He wrote the famous book, Feeling Good, Handbook for Depressed People. Everybody should read it when you're depressed. And he said he hasn't prescribed antidepressant for 30 years because he thinks the only people that it benefits is the pharmaceutical industry. So I'm very clear on that. I'm not a fan. I don't tell people if they feel it benefits them to get off it. I don't tell nobody to get off medication that their doctor prescribed for them. But maybe it's worth a talk with him, and I can support them in that. I love combining nature and science. Of course, that's what I do every day. I'm trained as a conventional physician and a naturopath, which is for some reason that I don't quite, well, I do understand it, but I don't want to elaborate on it, which is quite uncommon in North America. And so I used to prescribe herbs and all that nice stuff and what we here call supplements and nutritional and lifestyle choices for my patients in Germany with best results. And here suddenly everybody just pops pills. Come on, there's more to life than that. So I'm trained in many modalities. And I love to use all of them to help my clients start sparkling. And what I did, and you know that, and you have the video, I packaged what I do in a little movie. It's very imperfect, just like me. So it's really perfect. It's perfectly imperfect, which seems like a contradiction, but it isn't. And I thought, somebody that's really chronically depressed, I called her Harried Harriet. And they need a guide, a mountain guide to climb the mountain of life. So that was played by yours truly, also very imperfectly. I'm not a movie star, but it was a good experience. The videographer did an awesome job, and my friend Maxine, whose plays Harriet Harriet, did an awesome job crying.
Hopefully she's
And then
not-
sparkling as Sparkling Susie at the end.
Well, a part of it why I asked that is because we see examples of it, like in real time, the difference between both those worlds, and also how those worlds can work together, and in the medical world. And it makes me think of Shelley, for instance, had a gallbladder issue, both pregnancies, I think. And we have a local doctor here. I'll give her a shout out. Her name is Dr. Ruth Pang. She doesn't need more clients, but she's, how old would she be? In her 80s? She's in her 80s, and she actually ran I think it was the anesthesiology department of the hospital for years, and then retired, but also has always practiced Chinese medicine. And so anyway, she practices acupuncture, and Shelley went in with gallbladder issues that she was told that she would have to, I think, have surgery. And long story short, few acupuncture treatments, gallbladder's perfect. And we see that in real time. It's not like one of these things where you hear people say, oh, somebody did, like somebody basically touched me and healed me. Like literally like Shelley's in my life, and I witnessed her having gallbladder problems she was fighting. And then immediately, all of a sudden, they're gone.
It was just the pain of the pressure, right? And and I'm a believer of, because they said, well, the gallbladder doesn't really do anything, you don't need it. But also I'm like, but we have it, so there must be something, right? Like, why would I take it out if there's another solution? And there was another solution.
My stance on that is, if it's very acute, like I break an arm, I want modern conventional therapy. If I have appendicitis, I want surgery.
Definitely.
If something is chronic, I want to try everything else first before I go on medication with potential serious side effects or have surgery. That is my approach, and that is the approach of my mentor, Dr. Daniel Amen, who's quite famous in the American room for his New York best-selling books, among others, Change Your Brain, Change Your Life. I'm on his teaching team. I'm very honored to be that. And I learned a lot from him, and he has the same approach. Medication can be beneficial for certain people with mental illness, speaking about those. And there, of course, if somebody has Lyme disease, I just talked with a lady that sent me, actually, I have to show him off. Lyme here. Oops, sorry. Camera issues. Come on, camera. It's green. You have to look on in my group and website. It's a green little bear. I have a fake background and it doesn't come out. Let me try a white piece of paper. This is Lyme here. That might work. No, it doesn't.
Nope.
Sorry, camera. It's a green little teddy bear that she knitted, and her name is Brenda. And it's a Lyme disease awareness bear. Lyme disease can absolutely mimic depression. Mm-hmm. So many doctors nowadays, and that's another of my pet peeves, do not do a proper assessment of the root causes. What's really going on? They say, oh, you feel sad, you don't feel good, here's a pill for you. That's ridiculous.
It can also mimic MS, can it not? And
it's a big chameleon because it's caused by a Borrelia. It's the same kind of bacteria like syphilis. It was a big chameleon years ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Dr. Leica?
Dr. Leica, I probably heard from. I'm not familiar with her.
He was one of the. From a previous marriage, a sister-in-law, she actually had Lyme's disease and had to get treated down in the States in California. Mm-hmm. And actually Dr. Leica, who is a bluester with us and has done a couple of blue talks, he was actually had Lyme's disease and was also one of the first few Alberta doctors.
Oh, yes, I talked to him. Yeah, right. Yeah. Of course I did. Awesome. Yeah. He's very good at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What he was diagnosed with was originally ALS. Yeah. And they told him how much time he had to live, they figured. And he basically decided that wasn't for him, like meaning that he didn't accept that diagnosis as a doctor himself. So he had heard of this doctor, or somebody tuned him onto this doctor who had Lyme's disease and it was acting like ALS somewhere in the States. And he reached out to them, and basically the guy walked him through what he did, and ultimately it ended up being chronic Lyme's disease and not ALS. And it's interesting, whatever had happened to him at that point, he couldn't recover that back. Like if it affected his hand, for instance, he couldn't get that back, but he stopped it right where it was at. But yet he was told if that was 20 years ago or whatever it was, he was told he had like a year to live. And there was the example of the chameleon side of things.
And I think when we are at Lyme disease, it's so important to emphasize that early treatment is possible with antibiotics, very successful. Sometimes you have to fight with doctors to get it. My own husband in 2006, he had the rash, typical. I took him to the doctor expecting to get antibiotics. I had to fight for 2 days with 2 different doctors to finally get him antibiotics. Come on, it's not narcotics. It was ridiculous because Lyme disease wasn't in Nova Scotia, so it couldn't be it. Come on, ridiculous.
And if you get the antibiotics,
and I knew it. I seen it hundreds of times in Germany. Nobody would believe that the patient. Isn't that ridiculous? A doctor's job is to first believe their patient. Most of the time, they know that something more is wrong than just a rash that you put cream on and it goes away. Come on.
Well, and it's crazy because Dr. Leica had to go to the States to somebody, and actually my sister-in-law, it was actually a naturopath. They kept telling her it was MS that she had, and it was a naturopath that did some blood work and then asked her questions. And one of the questions was, do you remember having a rash that looked circular? And then she was down in the States and she's like, yeah, last summer I remember having that. So boom, right away.
I really think we can generalize it. If you believe that your doctor is wrong, you're probably right.
Yeah, that's a it's a good way to summarize it. And you know, to your point, I mean, I think that like one thing I don't get, and I think it happened with Dr. Leica, and I think it happened with Shelley's sister-in-law, is the system actually saying, no, it can't be that. But to your point, like, what would it hurt to explore that? Like, you know, why? And I mean, maybe, and I don't know this, but maybe there's even some aspects of it that have to do with, like, maybe there's times when it has to do with insurance. Like, in other words, we can't diagnose you with that because I don't mean that they're saying they can't. I just mean we don't know that that's it for sure. But if it does, then you'll be covered under all this insurance.
You know, financial interests play an important, very important role in commercialized and public health care. Very important. I had it in Germany. I was pushed by health insurances to do certain things that went against patient and doctor interest. And I'm sure the doctors here that mean well, and there's many of them, have the same influences. It's sad. And I wrote a blog because here in North America, I was told that when a doctor learns in medical school, they get told, you see hoof print, think of horses, not zebras. Now, how stupid is that? It should be the other way around. If you see hoof prints, think about it. Could it be a zebra? Even if you think it might, it's probably a horse. More often than not, I wrote a blog post about it. It's pretty good. More often than not, people overlook rare diseases because they think it has to be something common. They jump to conclusions. That's a big fallacy of the mind that many people do.
You know, that's interesting, Christine. I'm sorry, Shelley. I know you're going to add something. I'll just add one quick thing. I've been watching, I go through series of shows. I don't watch many, but I was watching Bones, the TV show Bones. Like, these are shows that are already gone off the air, but now I'm watching Castle. And both those shows are about investigating murder. And what I find intriguing is 90% of the episodes, they comment on sometimes, but 90% of the episodes, it's a male killer, let's say. But when it's a female killer, they talk as if it's a male killer for almost the whole show until eventually go, oh, I know why. It's a female killer. Like, that's why they said, like, maybe a difference in weight. Like, they couldn't carry the person up the stairs. Why did they do that? You know, why did they leave them down at the bottom? And then later they go, it's a female. To your point, Christine, imagine if we originally said, what if it might be a female? Let's look at it that way. But we can also think that it's probably a male, but what if it might be a female? How would that work? But to your point, it's interesting how they say like 90% of the time it is a male, so that they just assume it's a male. And they go with that all the way down the whole rabbit hole. Let's assume all the way to the end that it's a male. And I see that happening. And then the show, they'll point it out and say, oh, we never thought it could be a woman. And then the very next episode, they're right back to calling the killer a male.
You know, you're so right, Corey. People jump to conclusions. They fall in those fallacies of the mind. And in my mind, I thought, how can we avoid, as diagnosticians, as coaches, generally as people, avoid falling into those traps? And I'm a big fan now of strategies. If you follow a strategy, like the 7 step that I do for depressed people, or similar strategies, you have a much higher likelihood to get to success than otherwise.
So those 7 strategies, is that a secret, or is that something you can tell us more about?
Oh, no, that's not a secret. And the best way to find out is a movie. I don't know when it comes out, Corey, the bLU talk that I did. It is also on my website. But why not look at the bLU talk version of it, of how Harriet becomes Sparkling Susie. I mean, of course, it is on my website, and it will actually be not much more. But the 7 strategies, the strategies that I use to solve problems with depression is really, first, a good assessment. See clearly why you can sparkle now. And then find your future sparkles. Develop a passion. So many people don't know anymore what they live for. And then they have to work on get rid of those negative thoughts. I call them automatic sparkle extinguishers. Dr. Amen calls them ants, automatic negative thoughts, same thing. And then you have to start to rebuild your life systematically. And I call it to recover the sparkles around you. And that involves food and detox and all that. And then you go and grab your keys to recover your happy sparkles and reclaim your happiness, which really is your choice. And then you can learn to really live daily with your sparkle and actually develop the daily habits that enable you, like I do now, to live your best life with a sparkle in your eye and embrace your future sparkles. Because we all have a future if we are still alive in this moment, even if it's just one daily sparkle. That's why I wrote my gratitude journal. I called it My Daily Sparkle of Gratitude. You can get it for free on my website too.
Sorry, do you think, like, how does like our hormones affect that, like the depression, like especially for women, right? Because they fluctuate throughout the month. Like, how have you done any work on that?
Hormones are one factor in the big play, and I call it the 5 dimensions of mental health.
Mhm.
Hormones are a physical part that influence the brain. And of course, as women in utero, our brain was bathed in estrogen, which changes the brain to a certain way, different from males, where it gets flooded with testosterone. So we have certain differences in brain function and structure. But hormones alone do not cause depression. So you can have no hormones and still be happy, or you can have all the hormones in perfect balance and there's no evenness in nature. Nature is always an up and down and ebb and flow. So we have certain differences in brain function and structure, but hormones alone do not cause depression. So you can have no and still be happy, or
It's weird.
no idea what's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think we're better now.
Some kind of a weird echo.
Right? I don't know. So whenever you're step one, so assessment, if you were working with a client, so I think you said the hormones are 1 of 5. So would that
No,
be
the hormone are one part of part 1, the assessment.
okay? Yeah.
I look at all 5 dimensions, and
Okay.
hormones are part of one of the dimensions. It's extremely complex, and I invite everybody that's really interested to call me and talk with me about it, because the physical dimension is more than hormones. We need food, the right food. So a nutrition assessment. We need to know what diseases you have, what medications you take. Many people don't know that medication can make them depressed and keep them depressed. And even something that sounds innocent like statins can make you depressed and promote Alzheimer's disease, which we know. And sleeping pills, yes, they help you to sleep for a little bit, but then they increase your chances for Alzheimer's if you take them long, and they can cause depression too. Every pill that influences brain function, and the brain is part of our body, it's complicated, can make you more prone to depression. So that's a little part of it. And of course, there's the mental part, the spiritual part, the social part, your relationship, and the financial part. And I like to say, if somebody's on the street and doesn't know where his next meal comes from, it's futile to tell them, well, you're depressed, here, take pills. Well, they're interested in eating first.
Yeah, that's such a great point that you make, Christine, is that I think sometimes we forget that it's just like when we try to talk people into, you should do this or that, and not recognizing that if they don't have their basis or basics met, they can't hear that anyway. Like it's like trying to do, I mean, and I don't like, this isn't the area I work in, but you can imagine going into a place talking about, you should use your savings for this, speaking to a group that has never had savings. Like, first I need to get savings before I start talking about what I'm going to do with that. Or you should invest your extra money in this. And they're in their head, they're going, what extra money?
I got to figure out how I'm going to pay rent.
Yeah, I got to figure out how I'm going to eat. So to your point, I mean, we have to make sure that person, we understand where they're coming from. If their basics aren't being met, it's hard for them to start envisioning, oh, imagine my life looking like this.
So what does it look like to work with you, like to go through these like stages? Like, do you have different like, as far like, do you have like a 3 month where you work with you for 3 months, or what does that look like?
Thanks for the question. Usually, when I work with the client individually, it's a 6 month program where I start with the assessment and ask them to do additional tests like the omega-3 index or the organic acid tests that are very, very important for mental health assessment. And then I guide them through the steps and together with them in coaching session. I usually now do half-day coaching session that lasts 2 or 3 hours, so we actually can resolve problems and change thought processes, attitudes, and ingrained thought patterns.
Mhm.
And I found 45 minutes is often just not enough time to really change somebody's thought processes, but watch what in 2 or 3 hours can be done. The
Mhm.
whole outlook on life turns around. It's so rewarding.
Well, and I mean, I'm, Corey knows this. I'm very open about everything. So, I've suffered from depression my whole life. I lost my mom to suicide. And it's just, I mean, our whole, I'm sure I'm not the only one who believes that our health system is letting us down. So essentially we need to turn to other sources. I mean, I was suffering from postpartum and reached out to mental health 8 months ago, and I'm still on a wait list. And was forthcoming with them that I wasn't suicidal, but had thoughts. And it's 8 months and I'm still on a wait list. So I have support of my partner and my family and such, but there's lots of people out there who don't have other avenues of support. And like, we're just letting them down.
We're letting many people down in many ways. And even postpartum depression is not just an hormonal thing, because sometimes it has a genetic component. And you mentioned that suicide runs in your family. It does sometimes. There's a genetic component to the enzyme expression. And sometimes toxins and the foods we eat can change the epigenetics, the expression of our genes, obviously. And I see often that it's hard to deal with the change that a baby puts in your life and the loss of sleep. And that contributes to postpartum.
Mhm.
And I remember I have 2 kids, and when they were babies, I could not sleep. They were crying all the time. It's stressful. Stress increases your risk for depression. And I
Well,
think that it's a major part in postpartum.
we also have a son who, our like youngest, has MCAD, which is a genetic disorder. So until he was 8 months, I had to set the alarm and feed him every 3 hours.
That's a mitochondrial disorder, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
We actually have a neighbor with that too. Very
yeah, when we
interesting.
got the call from IWK, like, it was quite stressful because they just drilled in our head like coma, seizure, death, coma, seizure, death. If he's not fed, then this is what's going to happen. But we've been lucky he hasn't been in the hospital. He's almost 2, but essentially, if he has the flu or can't keep anything down, he has to be admitted and be put on IV. We add that stress just to even having a normal newborn. It was a lot.
I can imagine. A
Mhm.
child with issues and a child on top of that.
Mhm.
And for me, even having 2 normal children, what they call normal, I mean, that was stress enough.
Mhm.
But it is hard.
And then what about menopause?
Menopause by itself does not cause depression. The hormones alone don't cause depression. They can contribute, and the change in hormone is always a stressor on the homeostasis of the body. And I'm a big fan of homeostasis, which that means we need stress and recovery in the right relationship. And many depressed people are getting too much mental stress. They're making themselves crazy in their mind and not enough physical stress. And that brings the body out of balance. It's part of it. That's why exercise is actually proven to be, in peer-reviewed studies, a very valuable therapy for depression. And it's still a tough topic because there's so many misconceptions, and many people think, oh, depression, yeah, just take your pills, take therapy, and you'll be well again. I see those clients that suffer chronically and that do not get enough help. And sometimes it works, and I'm happy if it does.
Well, and it's kind of crazy. There's situational depression, where a person's going through a
Well,
situation.
that's appropriate. If my husband dies tomorrow, I'll be depressed for quite a while.
Yeah.
That is normal.
Yeah.
I would not treat that.
Yeah. But yeah, and then of course chronic. But I guess I just kind of explaining the difference because for me, I know it's been chronic. It's been a lifetime thing, and it was a couple of months ago, and a friend said to me, and it was situational depression, and she had talked about that she had her first thought of suicide, and she's in her 40s, and I'm like, what, your first? Like, you've never thought of it before? And it just kind of blew my mind. But that's the difference between someone with chronic depression and versus a situational depression.
Yes, and in a way, I do not like all those labels that we try to classify all kinds of human conditions into drawers, because often the only purpose of the DSM-5, for example, a terrible book, I dislike it. Let's put it that way. The only purpose of books like that is to choose the right medication. It does not help patients. It helps to administer healthcare. It helps with choosing medication, but it does not help the outcomes. That's why I don't like it. And that's why I like the individual approach. You don't fit in any drawer. Is it situational? If you think of suicide, it's quite serious, and you might want to talk to somebody about it. I think of suicide every day. It's an option. I love it. Memento mori, the Romans said it. I love to include philosophy in my coaching. I love to include joy and fun in my coaching. It's nothing more rewarding when you start with a client and you talk with them and they cry and are all upset. And after an hour or two, they are very composed and ready to deal with life. And we are laughing together and making jokes. And it's honest. It's not a fake smile like I put on my face for 38 years. And I see that a lot with my clients. They come over as friendly, and then I give them the test. I test everybody before and after each session. So I know how they do, and I know how I do, if my sessions are actually helpful. I don't see that in enough psychotherapists. Sorry. There's very good therapists out there. I see the failures, of course, so my view is biased.
Wow. So, Christine, as we wind down, I would like to ask you, maybe what I'll call the most important question, and I know Shelley asked a little bit about what it's like to work with you. So I'd love for you to maybe tell us a little bit more about, what that looks like for somebody if they're at the stage right now where they want to reach out. And then the second part is, how do they reach out? Like, do you have a hub? Do you have a place where you send them?
The easiest way is to look for the Recover Your Sparkle Facebook page, or I have a group, Sparkles, mental and holistic mental and brain health support. And you can also go to my website, which is docchristine.com, docchristine.com. And you can go on an email list wherever you are. Send me an email. I'm very responsive to email. You can reply to any of my emails off the list. You can go to the About page and watch my story through depression. And I'm very open about my struggles. And I am not perfect, although some clients in the beginning think I am, but I'm not. And that's why that movie was so much fun, because we are definitely not perfect actors. actresses in that.
Sorry, I missed it earlier. Is the movie available now, or
No,
you're
she's talking
waiting?
about her Blue Talk.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the movie is on your website. You can watch it
No,
now.
she's talking about her Blue Talk that we're going to be putting.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It will be a Blue Talk.
She's talking about her Blue
And
Talk.
I also wrote a chapter for your next book, which is the last sparkle.
Yeah, she got confused because of the movie, the word movie. So she was just
Yeah,
I think
that's what
she's
was
thinking, is there a
confusing me.
documentary that I'm supposed to watch? I think that's what.
No,
you're
it's not a documentary. It's an inspirational movie.
Amazing. Well, Christine, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. As you know, there's never enough time. You and I both interviewed each other multiple times now, and I'm sure we will in the future as well. But I just want to thank you so much for joining us today. This has been an absolute pleasure. I love your insight. I love the message you share. I love the work that you do. And let me know as soon as that TEDx talk is coming out so I can share it everywhere.
You'll be the first, Corey. And I'm so grateful for you and for you, Shelley. Thank you. And for all you do. You have helped me to become the confident speaker on video and in HR as I am. And I'm grateful for that.
Wow.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you always. And we'll chat more in the near future. Thanks again.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Awesome.
Take care. See you.
Great. So thank you so much to Christine for joining us. Thank you, everybody. We've been having such a great time today. I think I mentioned we're going to take a quick break. Well, I say quick break. We're going to take a lunch break, basically, but to keep the stream going, both for the benefit of the other speakers we have this afternoon, and obviously for those that want to just be able to jump back on here without having to go into a new link or anywhere else. We're going to put up a thing to let you know we're coming back in about a little over 45 minutes. But we will be back with two more amazing guests. Let's see who we have. So we have Abigail, who's going to be coming up, and Kim Wilkinson as well. So we have two more guests to finish out the day. We're going to be back. Oh, I got to change that. We're going to be back at, let's see, 12:30. So let me change that. I thought that was already fixed. Maybe Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I put the other one up. All right, so let's change that now. So we're going to be coming back, like I said, at 1:30. I guess it'll be Eastern. And let me just make sure that this slide works okay. And we'll be back, as I said, with two awesome guests. And of course, we thank you guys for joining us for this brand new Blue Talks virtual event. Shelley and I are excited to bring this to you. And we have 2 more days, by the way. Our events in the past have been 5 days, and we do have one coming up. If you like the 5-day format, we have an event coming up, Amplify Your Message, being hosted by Scott McDermott and Laura Lake in June, the week of June 20th, while we'll be at Columbia University. But this one here, we're 3 days. So we're today, Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Same run times, which I believe is 10 Eastern to 2:30 Eastern. So we'll be here the next 2 days. We have lots of guests still to come, and we'll be back in, like I said, a little over 45 minutes with 2 more guests to finish out the day. Thanks, everybody, and see you. Hello, everybody. Back again, back from the break. And our guest is behind the scenes with us as well. And Shelly's here with me too. So, yeah. We keep learning about that. We have to hit the mic when we come back from break. I'm going to bring our guest on right away because we want to maximize time. And we have 2 remaining guests today. Up next is, of course, our first of the 2. And I'm so excited we have a half hour with her because she is going to bring her A game. I know she is. So, Abby, so excited to have you here with us today.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
So,
Abby, everything is working. We're here.
Yes, absolutely. That's 100%. We are here, and that's the main thing. So, Abby, where we usually like to start is, and you can probably tell, we just came back from our break. So, where we like to usually start is to get our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves. Instead of me reading a bio or something where I'm messing up some of the names of things, I always feel it's more authentic to have the guest tell us a little bit. So, are you able to tell us a little bit for those that may be discovering you for the first time today? And you don't have to worry about how deep you go because we'll go deeper in the conversation anyway. But yeah, can you tell us just a little bit about who Abby is?
Sure. So I'm Abby Teixeira. I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I am currently on maternity leave as a nurse. I've been nursing for 15 years now. I work in geriatrics, which I never thought I would be in that field, but that's where I ended up. But as of recently, I have actually made the decision to step away from nursing and pursue my passion of public speaking, writing, kind of doing that kind of stuff, all on the topics of mental health and recovery, just kind of stemming from my own personal journey of recovery in the last 8 years and what that's kind of looked like. And I'm sure we'll kind of dive in a little bit into that throughout the day. I have 3 little ones, ages 3.5, 2, and 9 months. So life is extreme. My partner and I have been together for 13 years, just built a really amazing life together. And yeah, just kind of trying to live our dreams as best as possible.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, and there's so definitely so much there, for lack of a better word, that we can unpack today. But I guess first and foremost, how I mean, I always think about when people are making these transitions, like you just mentioned, it's a pretty big transition. How difficult was the decision to make that transition on you? Like, was it something that immediately just said, I know this is the right path? Or is it something that was filled with a lot of fear? I'm just curious what went through your mind when you decided that you were going to make it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fear for sure. Because as we know, change is never easy. Change, there's always one of the big things that keeps people from change, even when it's necessary, is fear, right? Because it's like the unknown and we're used to comfort and we like predictability and stability and all that kind of stuff, right? But as we know also is that, everything amazing in life is outside of our comfort zone. And so the decision definitely was one that I stewed on for a few years now. I think with every maternity leave that I've come back, I've realized more and more kind of that it's just not aligning with me anymore in terms of the impact that I truly want to make in the world. So it was definitely a heavy, weighty decision. There's still fear around it, right? Because I mean, my time is coming up here in a couple of months where I'm going to be wrapping up this maternity leave and, kind of closing a chapter and opening a new chapter, a new and exciting one, but it's also full of unknowns, right? And things that I've never walked through before, a lot of new stuff, and then the continual changes, right? Because as we, like for me, a new path is going to require a ton of new changes in terms of like the home scenario and like the work-life balance, all that kind of stuff. So definitely a scary decision, but that's also telling me that it's the right decision, because anytime that we're entering into something exciting and new, there is going to be a lot of fear, right? And I'm just choosing faith this time over fear.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing. Awesome. And, and Shelly, I'll let you, of course, jump in. You want to add anything?
Have you ever heard the acronym for fear?
False evidence appearing real is one of the ones I know of.
And the other one is F everything and run.
Okay. I like that one.
Everything and recover if you're in recovery. Or I like to say face everything and rejoice.
Okay. I like all of those.
Yeah. Fear is such I don't know. So it can just stop us in our tracks, right? And even with the false evidence appearing real, right? Like we can tell ourselves things are going to be one way and, just to talk ourselves out of it. Yeah. So that's pretty amazing. This big decision that you just made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what, besides the speaker and stuff, like, is there going to be something else you'll do? Like, are you thinking like coaching or what kind of avenue that way?
Definitely. That's on the trajectory for sure. In the fall, I am going to be doing my coaching certification, and again, specializing in recovery and mental health topics, just because that's my passion, what I've worked on myself personally, what I've walked through. And now I feel like with anyone that kind of overcomes something, when you get that gift of a new beginning, a new chance, you just want to pay it forward. And that's where I'm at, where I want to everything that I'm where I'm at today because I've met incredible people along my path who have encouraged me, who have supported me. And now it's my turn to turn around and help those other ones who are beginning in their journey of change and growth. And because it's a very, very scary thing to, first and foremost, admit that there's a problem in your life that needs to be looked at, right? And then secondly, to then actually do what you need to do to make the changes to get out of that situation, right? Which was my case. So I'm very, very much so in the framework that the more further I want to get, the more people I need to bring with me, right? Not that whole lonely journey at the top, because then I think you're just doing it wrong. If you're lonely at the top, I feel like there's like a ton of people that I just want to impact and help in that area. And so, so I definitely want to turn around and do that in terms of coaching. I'm also building like a personal brand as well. I'm working with a social media manager right now and kind of working with that kind of stuff and doing some like content creation, which is kind of an outlet for me, a creative outlet that I'm having a ton of fun with. So a little bit of that as well. But yeah, just really wanting to personalize myself as a brand in general. That just speaks to just motherhood, mindset, recovery, mental health, all of those kind of things that, pretty much encompass myself and my life.
Whenever you got sober, did you go to a facility, like a treatment facility, or did you do it on your own?
I definitely didn't do it on my own. I definitely joined as many programs, therapies, groups that I possibly could. I needed all the help that I could get at that point in time in my life. And I was willing. The big thing that overarches for me is the willingness that I had to really look at those things and to do what it takes to get over them, to recover, to overcome. And there was a ton. Just a little bit of background for myself. So I am a survivor of childhood abuse and trauma. And so that's part of the reason that led me kind of down a path of addiction, right? Is to really want to numb all that stuff out and not deal with it. I didn't have anybody that really mentored me, no one that really could give me any sort of supports, healthy ways of managing and coping. And so, as a young girl, I was 15 when I was introduced to alcohol. And for me, it was an immediate medication. Right. Like it was something for me to just numb whatever it was that I was dealing with, not look at it. And that led me down a path of 15 years of just heavy drinking and just really heavily medicating myself. And so, when I finally got to the point where it was really, I really do feel it was a life or death situation for me, where I knew that the path I was living, the road I was traveling on was not going to lead me anywhere good. And so that's when, I really just became humble to admit that I needed the help. And then the willingness to reach out for all the necessary help. So there was 12-step programs, personal therapy, group therapies, all that kind of stuff. Like I said, whatever could possibly help, I was willing to try it. And to be honest, every single thing that I have tried up until this point, I've learned something from it, right? Like I've never regretted leaping into something and because I've always brought something out of it, right? Like something I've grown through with it. And so whatever help I could get, I was definitely not alone.
And so what would you say to somebody who might know somebody who, might be in the midst of addiction, or somebody who might be, contemplating if they're an addict or not? Like,
Yeah.
how would you, I guess that's kind of two questions, but if you're a family member and then you're the person, what would you kind of tell to them, like say to them?
Mhm. So it's really difficult because I kind of see in both perspectives, because I grew up with an alcoholic dad who's still in active addiction. And, so I kind of see it from that sense in terms of being a family member and seeing a loved one kind of going down that path. And then also being the person as well who's the addict, right? And the two perspectives that I see, I'll speak for the person being the addict and kind of what my journey was in terms of coming to terms with where I was at. Nobody could have made me make the decisions that I made without me being willing. No matter how many people, loved ones, partners, whoever it was, nobody can make anybody make those changes until they're personally ready and willing. And that's very difficult for a family member looking on the outside in, right? Because we want them to see so badly from where we're looking at, right? And unfortunately for me, I had to pretty much get to the end of myself to finally get to the point where I just admitted complete defeat and surrender. And that point, that point of desperation, and nobody can give that to anyone, right? You have to actually experience that yourself before you make the decisions that something has to change, right? And then once you make that decision, being a family member or a loved one, just being as supportive as possible, right? And just things are going to change. The relationship might change, which is also very scary, right? On both ends. Because it requires pretty much a total transformation. Like, I know that was the case for me. Yeah. And transformation isn't easy because it's filled with so much fear, so many changes, just everything being different, right? And so my biggest advice for first, like as an addict and wanting to kind of get to that place of help and changing, is really to just seek out as many people as possible, as many resources as possible. It could be something so small as just maybe talking to somebody else, right? That is kind of further down the path, having that kind of, and that's something that I actually do kind of unofficial kind of coaching right now, where I do speak to people who are kind of in those early stages, who are just wanting to have a conversation, just kind of let some things off their chest, right? And then with that information, then we kind of sit and be like, okay, like, where can we go with that information now? Like, where can I guess point you in the right direction, right? And then for a family member, like I said, is just being supportive as much as possible, whether it's, driving somebody to a meeting or, just lending an ear sometimes, right? Or checking in every once in a while, like, hey, how's it going? How are you doing? Because those early phases are very, very heavy. There's lots going on, lots of things that you're facing when you remove the substance that was keeping you numb for so long. Then you're left bare and raw and open, where it's like, you have all the stuff that is laid out in front of you. That's very daunting, right? And sometimes it's so daunting that you almost like steer away from it, right? A lot of people do, right? And recovery is not perfect, just like any journey. There's going to be slip ups along the way. There's going to be stumbles, and this is when those people that are around you are just so crucial, right? Because I know that in my own journey, early on, I had some stumbles, right? And it was the people that checked in on me when I wasn't expecting it that helped me get back up on my feet, dust myself off. And, one of the best lessons that somebody, or even just like, I guess, sayings that somebody taught me in those early phases was that don't look at your mistakes as failures. Look at them as lessons, learn from them, right? They're only a failure if you don't learn from them and you continue to do the same mistakes over and over again, right? And so then I started to look at I switched my mindset and look at things like that, where it was like, okay, like, yeah, I stumbled, like maybe I like had a slip up or whatever it was. What can I learn from this that I can take with me moving forward so that I don't have to be stumbled in the same way again, right? And that kind of a thing. But again, that was because people checked in on me. People were like, the few that were really just invested in just myself and my well-being. They were there when I didn't even expect them to be, right? And that was the best support that I could have gotten from anyone.
So what are your, I just have, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
One more question.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts as far, like, I'm sure you've heard in society today, lots of people, like if they have a family member who's an addict, lots of people say, cut them off. You know, like you got to stop it and, you know, wait for them to hit bottom. What do you think about that?
You know, in a way, I do agree with it. I think of situations where, you know, there's some enabling that happens sometimes, right? And I mean, no fault of anybody's, because when we love somebody, we love them, right? Unconditionally, sometimes to a fault. And sometimes we can kind of play a part in almost like feeding the addiction, right? By covering up or lending money, or, you know, so it gets to the point where we're actually where it's to a detriment of the addict, because then that person knows that no matter what happens, they always have somebody that's going to be there, right? And so why would they want to make those changes if they know that, you know, that those people are going to be there anyways, right? And I think in my scenario, I was very, very close to losing absolutely everything and everyone around me, and that scared me, because I knew that if I messed it up so bad that I would have nobody, like, no, I wouldn't have my partner. And that was one of the reasons that really pushed me to make those changes, right? Because I was pushed so far into a corner where there was nowhere else to go, right? And sometimes it's very difficult, but like sometimes we do have to kind of snip the influence that we have with certain people. If you see that time and time again, they're just not willing to make the changes, sometimes we really have to just remove the net and let them fall, right? And then, you know, once they fall and they hit themselves or hurt or whatever, we can be there when they get back up and say, okay, you know, like now it's time to change, right? And so it's much more easier said than done. I know that because I've had my own journey with this with like my dad, where I've had to really just kind of snip the emotional influence between us, like just have those strong boundaries, because, you know, like in any relationship, it has to be two people or two parties making an equal amount of effort for it to work, right? If one person is always giving, and the other person is just taking, the person that's giving is going to eventually run out and wear themselves thin, and they're not going to have anything more to give. Right. Whereas the person is just going to move, the other person that was receiving is just going to go and move on to the next person they can receive from. Right. Yeah. Which is very toxic. It's like a toxic cycle that happens. So, yeah, I think that there is some truth and some validity to having to cut some people off for even if it's just temporary, until they're willing to actually just, you know, expend all of their resources and have no other choice but to change.
Yeah, I was going to just add into the conversation that what's interesting about what you've been sharing, Abby, is that I feel like, and I feel like this anyway when it comes to people that are going through battling addictions, but I feel like in a lot of ways, a lot of the stuff that you learn when you are tackling your addiction is the stuff that we probably all need anyway. Even people that aren't going through maybe addictions, it's the stuff like when you hear the 12 steps. I mean, really, at the end of the day, these are things that most people could do anyway. Like, absolutely. You know, asking or like going through and talking to somebody who you feel you wronged, and just having that conversation with them. Like, why wouldn't we want to do that even outside of addiction? And you know, you talked about diving into everything you could. Like, I want to learn everything I can about this. Well, I would argue that most of the world's top achievers, and I'm probably in a unique position that I've interviewed, you know, upwards of 7,000 of them. I can tell you the one thing they have in common is they're always constantly trying to self-develop, learn, become better, become the better version of themselves. And again, that's what you learn. And I mean, so it's kind of interesting to me because I think a lot of these things, when people are saying, how do I live a happier, more fulfilled life? It's a lot of the tools you get to battle an addiction that I think everybody could be using. So that's just my take on the outside looking at.
Yeah, and actually, my husband has said the exact same thing before. Because I was a part of I am a part of a 12-step group, and I've done 12 steps on like myself numerous times now in my own journey. And when I explained, kind of give a little bit of a summary of what that entails to my husband, he was like, "That this is like life stuff." He's like, "Everyone should do this, to discover themselves." And because I mean, whether we're addicts or not, whether we use substances to numb or not, we all have a battle to fight, right? Like we all have inner demons. We all have things that we're ashamed of or embarrassed or whatever. Like we all have things that we want to overcome, right? And there's just no better way than to, have somebody to guide you through a way to, look at those things, right? So that you can just live happy, free of resentments, for example, and it all gets wrapped up in a beautiful bow where it's like the last step is service. You turn around, and then now that you've received what you've gotten, you turn around with this gift and you give it to other people, right? Through the service of yourself and through your experiences and all of that. And it's amazing.
Well, it's funny because I would never have used the word altruism in my life, meaning like it's not a word that normally I would use. And Kelly read it. I forget when, like an addiction book, or I think it might have been what book was it?
It's in the big book.
Yeah. Okay. So she read it and she said, "Do you know that this is the word for this?" And I just never even knew what the word was. But the takeaway from that is, there you go again. I mean, in a book to help people overcome their addictions, talking about service. Whatever word you want to put on it, but altruism, giving back and tithing and paying it forward for others. But again, here's a book that talks about the importance of serving, which, going back to your husband's point and going back to my point, is legit life skills. Like,
yes.
I often question, and I've questioned this many times, and of course I can't speak for knowledge on every school, but when I grew up, at least, I can tell you we didn't learn life skills. Maybe what was home economic, we learned how to cook, and I still can't do it. But I mean, we didn't learn anything about life skills, like how to discover your purpose and your calling and your passion, and how to self-educate, like how to actually learn, like to get excited about learning and how to do it, and manage money. My point is that these things that these life skills we're talking about, this should be something that we're taught when we're way younger. And maybe, just maybe, if we were taught that when we were younger, maybe that would help us a bit more when it comes to coping. So maybe there would be less addiction because of having those life skills. So, I mean, I hope at some point that we're sitting here talking, and the school system, every school system in the world, has incorporated life skills. That's really what I'm
Totally. And people skills in general, like how to, like I have, young kids, and I'm teaching them, like, when we meet somebody, we shake their hand and we look them in the eyes and like say, "Hi, my name is so-and-so." And like, those kind of like simple, it seems simple and straightforward, but a lot of people are lacking those things. Like, the perfect example is like go into an elevator with someone that you don't know. How awkward is it going to be? Because nobody wants to talk. No one wants to look at each other. No one wants to, but it's like, how about you stand in an elevator for a day, and every single person that walks in, you muster up the courage and you say, "Hi, how's your day going? How are you?" Like that would definitely like make you go through a lot of fear for sure, but you would learn a lot.
I love that idea. We should make that somehow. We should force that on people. We should make that required living. But I mean, you force it on a person, I guess it defeats the purpose again. But we should all try to do that for one day, because that would be such a great life experience. I will say, to your point about we've lost some of that. There's this guy that I brought in to do a talk one time. His name is Fred Connor, and he's basically, he ran a quasi hair salon, Burista entertainment place in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And he was Fred was basically on the show What Not to Wear and X-Weighted, so he kind of became a local celebrity. And so he went into the local college one time and shared with them that they need to work on people skills. And he was telling, this was I won't say the name of the college, but I remember him talking about how the instructors were mad at him for saying this. So he actually called out the students, because like there were students, while he was sharing this message, that he said he wished he could have learned years ago. And you're wanting to go into the industry he's in, and he's one of the top guys in the industry. And he said they're there chewing gum and twirling it and eating on their hair. And so he called them on it. And then he talked about how when he does interviews, He compared the old days to now, and he said today if he does 10 interviews, 2 can look him in the eyes. And he said he won't hire somebody if they can't look him in the eyes. So he said automatically you have a 50% chance of getting the job just by looking him in the eyes.
Wow.
But he said, how sad is that? And he's saying this, of course, in the class, and then they didn't invite him back. Told him they didn't want him back because he basically shared reality. But the point of it for me, the takeaway is only 2 people out of 10, only 20% could look him in the eyes in a job interview.
Yeah.
That's
I believe it.
That's kind of scary, really.
Yeah.
And so we need to work on that again.
Absolutely. We don't exactly, like this is, and it's really at the end of the day, in my opinion, and just in my personal experience, it's really a reflection of your self-image, right? How you're able to show up for yourself and for others in the world is a direct reflection of how your self-image is and your relationship with yourself, right? Because those of us that that have worked for years. And I mean, I'm not there for sure. I haven't arrived anywhere. I'm definitely still on the path, but I know what my value is, and I know what my self-worth is, through the recovery and the healing that I've done. And I'm excited to share it with other people. I'm excited to look and meet other people and hear about their journeys and their stories. Like I have a genuine interest in that, right? And see how I can come up and come in and help in whatever way, right? But again, that's development. That's been a purposeful development, work and effort through the last 8 years for myself.
I love it. Well, and so I will say, Abby, I know our next guest is backstage, and so we're at that wind down point, but I want to call this a to be continued because I know there's never enough time for this conversation. And what I love about these conversations, which really the overriding theme is often mindset, and definitely this conversation in relation to addiction was about mindset. But Abby, what I want to know, and again, let's call it a to be continued so we can bring you back on. But for the intro, I want to know is if somebody did want to, read your chapter in our book, or they did want to see you speak on a stage, or they did want to reach out and follow your journey, or they did want to reach out and potentially work together, is there a place where you'd normally send them, or where would you direct them if they wanted to just make contact?
Yeah, so 3 different places. I have an email as well as my Facebook, my personal Facebook, and then my Instagram, which is pretty much the main. It's also like my personal blog, which is @UH.VVEE. That's my Instagram page, which I'm actually working right now. I'm going to be launching a personal blog soon, an actual website in the coming few weeks. I'm in the works of that right now. And then that'll be kind of like the hub that will have everything, all my links for like my YouTube channel, all of that kind of stuff. But for now, Facebook, Instagram, and email are the main ways to get in touch with me.
And Instagram, it was UH.VEE.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome.
Which is how you say my name in Spanish. That's why I was like, where do you get that from? So my name is Abby, like Abigail, but my close family and friends call me Abby, and in Spanish you say Avi. So
okay. I just learned Spanish today.
Yeah.
one word.
Yeah.
I've learned all of the language now.
Yeah.
He says sarcastically. Yeah, that's cool. Learning one word. I'm further than I was yesterday. I didn't know a word yesterday. So that's awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. And we are so excited to have you coming. You're going to be speaking at one of our events coming up in August at the U of A. So I'm so excited to see your talk. And you also spoke at a previous one of our events. So I'm so excited to actually watch your video be released in the very, very, very near future. So Abby, I just want to thank you for all the great stuff you're doing. Thank you for being you. Thank you for joining us today. And again, to be continued.
Yeah, I think both of you guys. You guys are amazing, and the work you guys are doing, and for having this platform available to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend. Always a pleasure. Till next time.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. So we are going to bring our final guest for the day on. So Kim Wilkinson, can you see us okay? Hear us okay?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
We can. We can see you and hear you okay. Awesome stuff, Kim. We're so excited to have you here. You are officially the headliner for today. And
Thank you.
What we've been doing today is, of course, we've been having, I call it like coffee style conversations, because I kind of look at it like if you were sitting in a Starbucks, the conversation you hear with us is probably similar to what you'd hear with somebody else. And that's kind of the design we have. So having said that, Kim, why I bring that up is because it's very informal. And part of that for me is rather than me read a bio where I'm going to miss up some of the words and not sound authentic because of that, what we like to do is just get the guests to tell us a little bit about themselves and never worrying about how much, because we'll dive in deeper anyway. But Kim, if you were, talking to somebody who just met you for the first time, so for those of our viewers and listeners that are discovering you for the first time today, what would you tell them about yourself, and how would you describe yourself in the work you do?
All right. Well, thank you very much. So first of all, I'm Kim Wilkinson. I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I am wife, a mom, or a blended family. My career, I do a lot of different things. I am a trauma and grief recovery coach, spiritual empowerment coach. I teach yoga and meditation, and I do a lot of energy healing and intuitive readings and intuitive healing. So I'm all about transformation and healing, and I love supporting people, and I feel very blessed to be where I am today, doing the work I do and living this incredible life.
Amazing. Well, and so, I mean, there's, of course, so many paths we could go down from there. And I know Shelly's probably going to want to jump in, because this is stuff that's right in her wheelhouse as well. She's a Reiki master. She took shamanistic healing through Heather Ashimore. And which, for people that don't know who Heather is, she studied under Don Miguel, who wrote the Four Agreements and many other books. So, again, this is stuff that's right up her alley, and as well. And so, Kim, I guess where I'd like to start is I like to know people's backstory a little bit. So how did you get started down this path? Because it's not, if you think back to like 50 years, it wouldn't be, we wouldn't, like, for example, Shelly being a Reiki master. I just can't even imagine, saying, how did you discover Reiki 50 years ago, even though it was a thing for, thousands of years? So how did you discover this?
Absolutely. Good question. And it's funny because I never did this work at all. I never even thought about doing this work. If you would have told me 15 years ago I'd be doing this, I would have thought you're freaking nuts, and thought everybody else was nuts. But, I really feel like my path, my purpose, my life even has just been so divinely guided when I look back now. I used to work in municipal government, in recreation. So I was corporate world, taught boot camps and spins. Never did I ever want to do yoga or meditate. But, it's funny how the universe, or whatever you believe in, just kind of puts you on a path, right? And I really just got tired of sitting at a desk, and I did a lot that I wanted to do in that corporate world. I was a senior manager. I went through facility constructions, but I just wasn't feeling like I was really serving a purpose, and I didn't feel good myself. And I gave yoga another chance, and it opened a door to a million other doors, is what I like to say. But, yoga led to meditation, led to Reiki, to, everything else. But along the way, when I look back, I realized there was a significant purpose for that. And I always feel like I was put on that path to, one, prepare me for this big event, challenging event that I was going to go through in life, which I'll share in a minute, but also to lead me to my purpose. And the big event I talk about is, as I mentioned, we're a blended family. I grew up in a policing family, so we moved around a lot. First responders are an industry where we do see a lot of PTSD and mental health and addictions and that sort of thing. So familiar with that. And then as a blended family, my now husband is also a police officer. I thought I escaped that life, but I'm a lifer in the first responders. And blended family. And my youngest son, Tristan, really struggled a lot with mental health and addictions. And he died of overdose in November of 2019. And today I say it was my greatest tragedy and also my greatest gift, because it really helped me to understand true healing and transformation. And as I believe, brought me to this purpose in life. And, I started doing a lot of that work before he was really struggling. So I was grateful that I had those tools. But it wasn't until after he died that I really dove deep into studying trauma. I studied under Dr. Gail Hay, and I am a course junkie. So I teach a lot of things, but I'm always taking things as well. And what I found was, when I dove into healing the loss of my son, I realized there was all these other things that I needed to heal. And I did. And, the timing, November 2019, we know shortly after that COVID hit and is still lingering, 2 years today. But those were the best 2 years of my life, because I really healed everything and found transformation. And not only healed and transformed, but opened up this whole new world to spirit, and heightened my intuition, and found a whole new relationship with my son in a whole new way. And it really led me to doing the work I do today, which is, again, working with people one-on-one, in groups, everything from healing trauma and moving into empowerment and even enlightenment. So it's been a beautiful journey, even though there's been tragedy.
Wow. What is it called? The Dark Night of the Soul.
Yeah.
And the whole premise of the Dark Night of the Soul, I just wrote about this in a new book that I'm working on as well. But it's a parable, so it's not it's a fictional book. And I talked about the idea of this Dark Night of the Soul, and how for most people that becomes their biggest turning point in their life. When they hit that Dark Night of the Soul, that's the change for them. Like somebody, my mother was diagnosed with cancer a number of years ago, and it's in remission now. But there's so many things that I share as messages that came as a result of what she went through. And, I share this often. Shelley knows about it, about the importance of taking a news detox. And that really came from such a unique way. The doctor wrote a letter to my mom in the form of a prescription, folded it up, handed it to her on a prescription pad. And when she got to the car, it said, "Don't watch or read the beginning of the news." And, and I share that message, and people, it resonates with them. But it was because my mom went through that Dark Night of the Soul, because that, somebody who, she's bipolar. So, and open about it. And so somebody who's bipolar, also getting cancer, you can imagine the stuff that goes through their mind, the fear and the anxiety and that. And so I knew she went through that, and that gave, I would say, she'd even say that was a blessing to her to go through that. So to that point, it's never easy to go through anything like that, but it feels like I hear so often that people do find some blessings in such a traumatic situation. And so,
Absolutely.
Now, as you said, now you're impacting new and more lives that maybe you wouldn't have been down this path at all.
Oh, for sure. 100%. When I look back, I really feel like, my son and I made this soul agreement before even coming into this life, that this was the path that we were going to choose. And there was a lot of purpose in it and significance. So as I mentioned, even though there was a lot of grief and tragedy, as you mentioned, when you can find, purpose or opportunity in it, that's powerful. So powerful.
Mm-hmm.
What was your son's name? Tristan?
Tristan. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a beautiful name.
Yeah. And he's still very present. We actually work together. In the last year and a half, all of my workshops, programs that I've launched, which has been a lot, they all come through meditation. I sit down, I go into meditation, and they're just downloaded, from the content to the price to the dates, everything. It's been unbelievable.
So obviously there's so many different types of trauma that an individual can go through. Do you kind of focus in on certain types of trauma, or is it just anybody suffering from trauma?
Good question. And if I could kind of maybe sidestep a little bit, I think what I like to focus on is first helping people to understand what trauma is, because I think a lot of people don't really understand what trauma is. I love Gabor Mate's definition. He says, trauma is not what happens to you. Trauma is what happens within you as a result of what happened to you. And, essentially, we all have trauma. I like to think of trauma as unresolved past emotional experiences. Mm-hmm. That's what it is. And we all have them. And it's just some of us are more resilient. Some of us have better coping skills or better support within family or community, and some of us don't. So we all navigate it differently. And most of us have not been taught how to manage it, right? We've actually been taught avoid and distract. Yeah. Right from the time we're little, oh, you're okay, don't cry, or let's go have a cupcake. Or as we get older, we see it on TV all the time, even in movies. What do you do when you have a bad day? Well, you pour a drink, or you go eat, and do anything but feel the pain. Don't connect with it. So my approach is, no, let's connect with it, and let's just get to know it, because there's wisdom in it, right? And when we can understand it, we can free ourselves from it. Doesn't mean we never think of it again, but everything is energy, right? And emotions are energy. And when we don't connect with our emotions, they just become stuck in our body and they don't leave. And they become dormant for a period of time until something happens in present moment, right? Where we get a little bit angry, or we get a little bit sad. And not only are we experiencing the present moment emotion, but all that other suppressed stuff comes to the surface too, and is like, hey, we're still here too, right? And
Yes.
it's so overwhelming though, when all we know is to avoid and distract, we just continue to avoid and distract. So it's really about turning inwards and just getting to know what, is going on in there, understanding it. Because I think when you can understand something, it's so much easier to move into a place of acceptance, to move into forgiveness. And understanding doesn't mean you're going to like it or agree with it, but understanding is such a powerful part in being able to move forward or move through, in my experience.
Amazing. And so how do you kind of take somebody on this journey?
Good question. So it depends on where everybody's at. Sometimes I do group work, which sometimes there's benefits in group work because people then get that opportunity to feel like I'm not alone. There's other people going through stuff too. But some people, one-on-one does work better, right? So, but the approach, people have to feel safe, especially for somebody who has had a lot of, really traumatic events that have been suppressed. It can be very almost re-traumatizing to just go inwards and start to explore that, right? Whereas some people, they could do that on their own. Some need to be guided and supported with that. But first of all, just educating people just about emotions and energy and connecting with the body and, moving from fear to love. Starting to recognize that these unpleasant experiences within our bodies are not defining us. They're not there to harm us. Again, there is wisdom. I'll go back to Dr. Gabor Mate. He talks about triggers actually being a beautiful thing, but we think triggers are such a bad thing, and don't do anything to trigger him or her or me. Whereas triggers are a beautiful thing. They're just a sensation showing up to say, hey, I'm going to show you what needs to be healed. Mm-hmm. That's what a trigger is. So when they show up, we should be grateful for it instead of being fearful of it, right? So it's learning to find a different understanding and a different perception of what we've been taught, and rewiring our brain and rewiring our patterns and our beliefs.
Yeah, I talked earlier about reframing, and to me, that's that's a great example of being able to reframe, what we think, and giving ourselves an example through the frame of what it could be or what it is. But I one of the things that popped into my head when you were sharing that, Kim, is that quote that I love so much that's become almost like the new exciting quote of the day. But I hear a lot of people saying it, but it's not what happened to you, it's what happened for you. And even though it's a cliche and I hear it far too often, I love what the quote means. And so when you were talking about Mate's quote, it reminds me of that, like the first quote you shared of his, but it reminds me of that is that it's, if you understand that this is happening for your benefit versus to you, like you're being punished, then it changes everything. So I love what you're talking about the reframe side of it.
Absolutely. And I think what goes with that too is that, another great quote, you're not responsible for what happened to you, but you're 100% responsible for healing it, right? Nobody can do our work for us. We have to do it. We can have help. But, and I went through this too when I was in my deepest, darkest place. You have two options. You can suffer or you can heal. We always have choice, but we unconsciously often choose to stay in that suffering.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's, the irony is that almost always, like, it's like this a weird comparison, but it's almost like I always think about how, customer service, for example. So when you were saying that choose to suffer versus heal, even though it may take a bit more work, it's always so much more beneficial to do that work. And it's amazing how often many people battle that. But it made me think the other day, I was thinking about how with customer service, and I've said this in the past too, it's so much more beneficial, even if you're selfish, to treat customers well. because then you have less nagging from your boss. You have less negativity. You have less, you don't have to fight with people as much. Like if you're nice to people, they're going to be smiling and friendly. And so your day's easier on you and all that kind of stuff. So to me, it's amazing sometimes how we take the path that we say, well, this is easier. But the truth is there'd be a lot more benefits, even if you were selfish, to take the other path. Like, it's just amazing to me. Like I said, with customer service as a weird example, but if you were selfish, you would still think, you would say, okay, well, I'm going to treat everybody good because that's easier for me. It doesn't take that much extra work to smile and say, oh, let me show you where that is, versus saying, it's not my job. You can go figure it out yourself. Like, I don't get, like, it's the same amount of almost work, but even if you were selfish and even didn't want to help people, it would still be easier on you to help people. Plus, then you get all the benefits of being easier to work with and get more promotions and all the other stuff comes with it. But even if all things were equal, being selfish, it still would be easier on customer service to treat people well. So it just amazes me sometimes when people go, well, that would take a lot of work. Yeah, but you would feel a million times better. You know, that work would pay off forever. Just kind of blows my mind.
It's worth going through the pain, right? And truth, I find truth such a funny word lately because, you know, coming back to, as you mentioned, people, you only know what you know. When you know better, you do better. And, you know, perception, and this is something I realize more and more, you know, perception, we all have a different perception, and that's based on what we've been through in the past and what our beliefs are. And in so many cases, you know, there is no right, there is no wrong. You know, what's true for me may not be true for you. And it's not that one of us is right or one of us is wrong. It's just what is your truth, or what is, and I don't know, maybe truth isn't the right word, but we use it a lot. But with perception, you know, we tend to always go to the worst possible perception in any situation. And that's where we get stuck in those patterns, right? And those behaviors. And it's so interesting doing this work. You know, I found it, and I see it with clients now. And I think when you understand it, it's so easy to see. And I don't know if you two can relate to that, but and part of it may be just my intuitive gifts, but because of this understanding, I can so clearly see with clients exactly, you know, what the root cause of this behavior is and what the belief is connected to it. But sometimes it's really hard to help others to see it, right? Because they see a different truth, or they have a different perception, especially if a person is coming from that place of victimhood. So it's interesting to find new truths or different possible truths.
You know,
that makes sense.
It does. And when you say this, I go back a lot these days, probably because it's more prevalent or more in my life these days. But I go back to synchronicity a lot. And it's like, I look at like synchronicity, for example, and you know, the idea of finding this path through yoga, by the way, that's how everything started for me in starting to understand spirituality. It all started through, I was having balance problems living in Edmonton, and I went to the doctor, and the medical system couldn't help me. So they gave up. They just kind of went, good luck. And you know, you probably have an inner ear thing that we can't fix. Good luck. And I thought, well, I'm only 20. I don't want that for the rest of my life. So I started asking around, and I did different things like ear candling and everything else, but somebody mentioned yoga. And I remember I went to this on 124th Street. It was like this old beat up wood panel building, and for lack of a better way of saying it, gross rug, like gross carpet. And I remember going to this like random yoga place, like the worst, like, you know, I just, the worst environment probably even to perform yoga, really, in a lot of ways, because there's probably like asbestos in there. I don't know what was going on. But the last minute, for those that have done yoga, Shavasana, the last minute, I had this moment of silence that I had never had in my life. And it changed everything. It was like I was meditating, but I didn't know what that meant. And I started going back for the 1 minute. You know, like the idea that you would practice this for an hour and a half for that 1 minute, because it was 90 minutes at the time. But that's how I found my way through back to spirituality and everything else, was through yoga. And it took a long time. I fought it a long time. But I bring all this up because it makes me think of synchronicity. If you would have told me, so today we just talked about a synchronicity about Tina Turner, that now I'm like, that's amazing. And yet 20 years ago, I would have said that is witchcraft. Like I was totally not on board. And in fact, we even had a new synchronicity since the Tina Turner one, but we're thinking of getting a family dog which has been, we have 2 young kids, and it's been a decision. And we started looking a little more seriously this last few days. Anyway, a friend of ours, we were thinking of getting a dog where he got his dog. And he said, here's a picture of Luna. So Luna was the name of his dog. So then I went on and I was looking at other dogs in Alberta. Again, back to the Alberta connection, because we're going to be there almost all of August. So we were like, maybe we take a dog back home because it's easier to get different breeds there. So I ended up looking at this dog, and it's a white dog. And sure enough, her name was Luna. So then today, we had Dr. Christine Sauer on talking earlier, and she said she made a movie where the other person's name was Harriet or something like that. And Shelly decided to watch the movie on our break. And guess what Christine's name was in the movie? Luna. And so Shelly said, I wonder what that means. And my total taking from it is maybe it means we're meant to get the dog. This is like 3 times Luna has come up since we've been trying to decide to get whether to get dog or not. But my point is, Kim, I would have ignored that or called it a random coincidence 20 years ago. And now we had 2 in a day that some people would say, wow, that's amazing. But it's because I believe.
I'll tell you.
Back to the beliefs. That was a long tangent to circle back to your point about it's what we believe.
Well, here's one more for you. My daughter's dog's name is Luna.
Oh my God.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Well, that's
Yeah, she has 2, Winston and Luna. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So there you go.
Oh my.
Can't get any louder than that.
No, and
I love those stories.
Well, I was about to say, oh my God, but our son now his new thing is, oh my goodness. I don't know where he picked it up, but so I'll say, oh my goodness. That's amazing. Wow. So it really feels like we're even talking about it again today. Do we want to because of the kids' toys and that? But it seems like the universe is banging us on the head about this dog thing to get the dog.
I would say so. It's just going to get louder and louder the more you ignore it. So
maybe we should listen.
Yeah.
So Shelly, I think you have a question. I'll pass it over to Shelly, but that's amazing.
So I know you referenced Gabor quite a bit, who I'm familiar with. Are you familiar with Don Miguel, or like the 4 agreements?
4 agreements, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Whenever you were talking about the beliefs and like where it came from, because of course, that's the agreements is that we make as a young girl or as a young boy and stuff too, and then breaking those agreements. So it's very much the same thing. It's just truth and agreement, right? But it's so important to look at that. And part of the work that I did through Heather Ashramar is actually finding where it sits on your body and what it's telling you, which is, it's just so powerful, like the whole thing. Yeah, I'm sure you're having great results with the people you've been working with.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. I'll just share 2 quick things with the clients. Yeah, they've been having, profound, not just emotional healing, but physical healing. People who have been coming off of blood pressure medication and diabetes medication, regrowing dead heart tissue after heart surgery. There's so many great things. And yeah, just getting into the body. But the other thing that I like to focus on a lot, and I say this a lot, I'm sure people get tired of me hearing me say, change your story, because that's, that's what you create. What you tell is what you create, whether the story is in your mind or the story to yourself. And, if you want a different outcome, you got to tell a different story. So I'm always, and I try not to do it on Facebook, but I always see, people sharing their story, and it's not leading to a desirable outcome, let's say. And it can be the simple ones. I know I did this for myself. When people say, how are you? I would always say, I'm good, really busy, but good. And the story I would tell myself in my mind is that there's not enough time in a day to get everything done. And then I changed my story. So 2 things: when people ask me how I am, now I say I'm doing great. I'm getting so much done. And I stopped telling myself that there's not enough time in the day. And then my experience changed. My experience now is I accomplish so much. And I find several times throughout the day where it's like, what do I want to do now? Because I have this extra time. So changing your story is so powerful, right? But it's so easy, especially in that victim state, to tell the story of, well, I'll never do this, or I'll never find someone, I'll be alone forever. I'm never going to have enough money. I can never go on that trip. Change your story. Change your story.
But being
so powerful.
being an ex-addict myself, living in victimhood is an easy way to stay in addiction too, right? Like it can
Absolutely.
be the excuse, right? Well, this happened, so I'm going to do this. Then, well, this happened, so I'm going to go do this. So, that's one thing I know when I got sober is I had to take my power back, right? I had to step out of that being the victim and step into, forgiveness and responsibility of my own actions and how I play a part in everything, right? So, yeah.
And I think there has to be a specific order of events, let's say. You can't just not pull all your stuff to the surface and just do self-care and belief clearing. You got to dig down first. I often say it as weeding your garden, right? If you have a garden in your backyard full of weeds, if you go put dirt on top, they're going to grow back. If you just mow them down, they're going to grow back. You're not going to grow anything good. You got to get in there and pull the weeds out, and then you can plant your garden, right? Your body's your garden, and all your unresolved stuff is your weeds. You got to start by pulling your weeds to the surface. And that's why I like combining, a spiritual practice and trauma healing, because the spiritual practices, I believe, help us to more easily move through that painful part. And if we're moving through the painful part, that's the key, that we're on the path to freedom, because that's the only way, right? But pulling your weeds, but what that also does is it frees you so much, because as we know, everything is energy, low vibration, anger, resentment, shame, guilt, blame, all of that is so heavy. It's like blanket after blanket after blanket. Spirit could be right in front of your face yelling at you. You're not going to hear, see, sense, or know anything, because you have all these layers. But you pull your weeds and free yourself, raise your vibration, then go into that behavior and belief changing. It's incredible, the things that you open up to. But it is a lifelong journey too, right? And it's not the same for everybody. Some people it can be quick, some people it can take longer.
But I do love that you said that that you believe it is a quicker process, because even for myself, I worked with somebody when I went to treatment for 3 months, and it was only like once a week sessions, and but they were, worked with energy, and the healing, the therapy, you could say, was totally different than anything else I'd ever experienced. And in one session, I got more accomplished than I would have in probably a whole year of speaking therapy, because it just gets right to the root and where it is in the body, everything. It's just so much faster.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think you made a good point there. And I've often felt this way, even a lot of grief groups, it's like you talk about your emotions. Well, that's great, but there has to be action too. If we're just telling the same story, we're just keeping ourselves stuck there, right? Yeah. And different things work for different people. And that's why I love having so many different modalities to, bring together. Okay, what works for you and what works for you, because things do work differently. And I remember when I first started doing this, I think around the time that I was teaching yoga and meditation and just started Reiki. And I had one teacher, and I've had a lot of teachers, but I had one teacher say, maybe pick one thing and get really good at it. And I thought, oh, how do I pick? Because I love them all. And then I had another teacher who said, well, we were having the conversation, and she said, a carpenter doesn't just have a hammer. He has a screwdriver and a level and a tape measure and, all these other tools. And I thought, yeah, that's what I want, is this big toolbox. And that was the path I took. And I'm glad I did, because especially when you can combine so many things. And I don't know, you both of you, I think, have done a lot of different trainings too. I don't know if this has been your experience, but I've been in trainings where they've taught, don't combine this with anything else. Don't combine that with anything else. And that's always just never resonated with me. And I've always just done what I want to do anyway and combine them all when I feel that there's a benefit to it.
I think you just, I'm the same as you, right? Like, even with the shaman that I did through Heather Ashamar, I combine that with Reiki if I feel I'm called to do it. And it's funny that you say about the toolbox, because for me, I've always said I'm a big, shallow lake. I'm not small and deep. I'm wide and I might be shallow and I might know a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I don't specialize in one thing, but I know when to mix them all together.
Yeah,
So,
and it works.
it totally does. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add in one of the things I wanted to add into that too is that, it's funny because I was thinking about how I talked about this earlier, and I don't know if you've ever heard of this acronym or equation, I guess I could call it, Kim, but E plus R equals O. I don't know if you ever heard of somebody using that equation.
It sounds familiar, but remind me.
Okay, so it's event plus response equals outcome is what the letters stand for. But what it really means is that you have an event happen, you get to choose your response, that dictates your outcome. Where most people get hung up is they react. So like, for example, a recession happens and then people go, I'm going to go hide in the corner and close my business or do nothing. And then so they get a different outcome than when they were that innovative entrepreneur who said, I'm not even paying attention to a recession. I'm going to do this anyway, or whatever that looks like, right? Like I remember the story Mel Robbins shared one time that she was working with a client and he flew to her office, like flew to where close to where she was at. And she went and sat on his plane and she was saying, well, what are you going to do? And she was coaching him. And he said, well, I feel like now's the time that I should pull back everything and not invest, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, let me ask you a question. And she said, your shoes, I know them. They're worth like $5,000. Your pen's worth $3,000. The fuel that you paid to spend here is worth whatever. And she said, could you have built the company that you built if you took the same attitude based on something you're hearing in the news that isn't even affecting you right now? And that was all she needed to say. He realized that, wow, like I'm trying to change. Basically, I'm reacting to what I'm hearing in the news. But I bring all this up because just to give a real world example to that, and I said earlier, I added in like the plus sign between the E plus R equals O. I think that to me now is the pause. That's where you take the time to actually think about how am I going to respond? Because even if you take 30 seconds to think about how you're going to respond, you're probably going to have a better solution than if you just react. But having said all that, the reason I bring this up is just to give a real world example to people of how many events happen that we have to choose how we're going to respond to. Is this week, we have 20 interviews for this 3-day event. And since yesterday, I've had 6 people requesting either to switch spots or saying I have a conflict or et cetera, et cetera. Now, the point of this is 23 years ago, that would have like plagued me the whole 3 days. Like I would have been carrying the energy of that going, oh my God, now what are we going to do? A person cancel or whatever. And Shelly will be the first to confirm that she doesn't even know that people are changing. She didn't even know that's happening. And I just shared it with her today. Oh yeah, 3 people switched stuff. And she didn't even know that happened. In fact, we have one person that was on today that had switched from a different time. But my point of that, Kim, is that I always go back to that and say, the event is they need to change a spot. Now I can react and get stressed and say, well, you committed to this or whatever. Or I can say the universe will take care of it. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Whether it's they needed the time and they can't make it work and Shelly and I have to fill time during that 30-minute slot, or whether we move somebody else into that slot, either way, the universe will take care of it. And so I chose that, I know that if I respond in a positive way, ultimately the event will be what it should have been in the first place. The universe will decide what it's going to be. But how often and I'm including myself because I did it for years, how often though do we do the opposite? That happens. One of them at a 6 says I can't make it or whatever, and we get mad at them. We carry that energy. Now we're mad at them. We come onto an event. People don't know why, but we seem off and our energy seems off. And going back to your point, I think at the end of the day, first of all, we have certain beliefs we come into it with. And then I think the second thing is we can obviously reframe that and condition ourselves in a different way if we start practicing differently. So I don't know your thoughts on that,
Absolutely.
But just made me think of what we're talking about here is that I get hit with this every time we do an event. I get hit with that, and I can choose whether or not that's a big deal or that's just it's just a little blip that came up, and we'll just fix it as we go along.
Yeah, I agree, and I often say our greatest gift is our power of choice, and everything comes down to 2 options: fear or love, right? Consciousness or unconsciousness. And when we choose to speak and act from here, it's going to have a much better outcome. Maybe not our desired outcome, but a much better outcome than if we're from here, right? And we always go back and forth between the two, but a lot of times we get so fear driven. We live our day from fear, we think from fear, we act from fear. And if we just switch to here, it changes everything. So powerful.
Let me ask you one more quick question before we bring things to a close and learn more about how we can connect with you further and all this. And it's always challenging to finish a call because, I mean, there's so much more we could cover. So with your permission, I'll call it to be continued. But I wanted to add one more thing. Since we're talking about that subject, I asked another guest earlier, and I'd like to ask you as well about this idea of manifestation and The Secret when the movie came out and all that kind of stuff. One of the things I love, and I think it's the part that was maybe missing, and I love that we now say it, but is the idea of when you're trying to manifest something, asking for it or something better. Because I think sometimes we were not led to believe, but we believed that, oh, well, if I ask for this, it should come to me as I ask, because I'm a manifester. And if it doesn't come exactly as I asked, then the universe failed me. But I love the idea that eventually people started talking about or something better, meaning maybe the universe is saying no to you for this because you're supposed to have something better. And Shelley earlier referenced the song by Garth Brooks called Unanswered Prayers. And for those, yeah, if you know the song, I mean, he's basically saying he thought that it was his prayer to be with a certain woman. And then he realized they have nothing in common as he met her with the woman he's with now, who is really who the universe wanted him with. But when he lost that first woman, he thought the world's ending. This was the girl I was supposed to be with. But God didn't answer his prayer to end up staying with her. And so anyway, it was a long tangent to ask your thoughts around this idea that the universe, we have to be flexible with what the universe gives us.
Absolutely. And I'll share two really quick stories. I couldn't agree more. And I'll share my own personal situation. About 4 or 5 years ago, we were thinking of downgrading. We were in a duplex and we were going to go to a smaller duplex, but we're looking for somewhere where I could do my work from home, have my own workspace. And we found a really beautiful place. It was a duplex, and we put an offer in, and there was a competing offer. And I was making crystal grids and everything. Like, I wanted this place so bad. And we didn't get it. They took the other offer. And I had that little moment of disappointment. And then I thought, okay, no, there's going to be something better. And within maybe a week, 2 at the most, we found this place that we're in now, which is a house versus a duplex. The whole basement is my workspace. It's set up beautifully. It's my Zen den. It's a house versus a duplex, and it was $40,000 cheaper. So thank you, universe. And just another quick little story where I really learned to trust this, because I've been this way for a very long time. When I came home and told my husband, yeah, I'm going to quit my $95,000 a year and be a yoga teacher, he said, are you sure that's a good idea? And I said, oh yeah, it'll work out. And I've always been that way. But I believe when that trust or that belief started was when I was in junior high, and I was a synchronized swimmer. And it was my first time doing a solo competition. And it was like a provincial meet, the pool's full of all these different communities. This is in Saskatchewan. And I did my little deck dance and I jumped in the water and I completely forgot my whole routine. And I'm sure most kids probably would start crying and run to the change room, embarrassed. But for whatever reason, I just came up and I just started doing this and that. And I went here and I made the whole thing up. And at the end, my coach said, what the hell was that? I said, I don't know, I forgot. But I got 3rd place out of 8. And, it just created this, experience or the belief that if I just do my best and trust, it'll all work out. And that's been my approach through life ever since. And I can honestly say it has worked out. When I look back, any little or big challenges that have happened in life, whether it's in relationships or career or health or whatever, there's always been a purpose or an opportunity.
So it's amazing when you say that. And I think Shelley wants to add something before we ask you how we can learn more and connect with you further. But when you say that, I don't think I've ever shared this publicly, but people ask me often, because we're born in a small town, and some of the stuff I guess have managed to do, people don't necessarily associate, growing up in a small town, being able to do some of those things. So I get a lot of people that are like, I can't believe, you're from here and you did this or that. And people ask me often, how's that possible or whatever. But I don't know that I ever properly share really when it started. Because you mentioned about, the moment it sort of started for you. I know the moment that started for me. And it was the day. Now, I'll say within a couple of weeks of this. So it's within these 2 weeks type thing. But it was within basically a day of me going to visit my grandfather when I was 7, watching him build a fiberglass space shuttle to replica the size. And then a week later, them profiling him on the news, saying this ordinary carpenter with a bag of nails and a hammer and a grade 3 education managed to build this fiberglass space shuttle to scale. And that period, like that 1 week period or whatever, of seeing what he was able to do with a grade 3 education, not knowing how to really read blueprints, basically, in my opinion, set the tone for everything. Because all of a sudden I was like, if that's possible, what else is possible? And so to your point, that was the moment. So like people always say, why do I talk about my grandfather like he's my father as well? But it's because he taught me many life lessons. But he was, I think, the catalyst for me being able to venture out and not worry about, is this possible? Because if he could do that, then anybody could do anything. Because he shouldn't have, like, by their definition of what's normal and possible, he shouldn't have been able to do that. He shouldn't have been able to figure out how to put all that fiberglass together and build it. And he was the lead of the whole thing. By the way, finish to the story, the guy who commissioned him to build it, his name is Bart Bourne. I'll give Bart a shout out. Bart, actually, how he did the blueprints, he drew a picture of a shuttle on a pack of cigarettes and handed to my grandfather and said, here, Eddie, there's the blueprints, but it's not to scale.
Build it.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
So that's how I got my anything's possible mindset. So Shelley, I think you had a comment or question?
Well, I guess I was just kind of going back to your fear and trust, right? Like, and it's kind of crazy. Like a long time I was on anxiety medication and found the tools necessary. And one of them was actually breathe in trust and breathe out fear, right? And then trust the universe, that the universe will provide. So that's really all. That's a little technique, I guess, I use that it still works for me today. Like I can sit if I'm going somewhere where I'm scared, and I can sit in the car and I can still do that. And I don't know, I told Abby, our previous guest, this, and Corey knows I tell everybody. But the acronym for fear, the face everything and recover. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
Well, and Shelley also usually adds the second one that she heard, which is F everything and run. That's the opposite side of it. Like
that's the old one.
Yeah, that's
the old story.
Say it. That's the past one, and the other one is the current one. But yeah.
Well, and if people aren't in recovery, then I say rejoice, right? So because that's what we all want in life, right? So, but yeah, I mean, the beliefs that we have make us run. Like you said, we distract, we avoid, we do all those things. So, but it's out of the fear too.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Well, Kim, this has been an absolute pleasure. And like I said, with your permission, to be continued, because I know we barely scratched the surface. And I know I'd love to have you back on again. So let's make that happen. But in the interim, let's let people know how they can reach out to you and connect with you. Is there a website, a hub, a place where you'd send people if they want to reach out or connect and learn more?
Yeah, absolutely. My website is empoweredlifenow.net. There's all sorts of tabs on there to programs and retreats, and I have an online school as well. So there's you can find everything there, and also I'm on Facebook under Empowered Life with Kim Wilkinson, and on Instagram as Empowered Life Coach. So happy to have new connections and new friends, and always happy to collaborate with other entrepreneurs and people looking to just help bring more love and light and peace and healing into this world. So thank you both so very much.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Kim. And I think I have it correct here, because I literally went to the website and then copied it over here. But just for people to actually see it on the screen. So yeah, Kim, this, like I say, absolute pleasure. I love the work you're doing. I'm super intrigued by it myself, because for years I was looking for some meaning behind all this synchronicity, and like now I believe in it, but how do I find the meaning in it? And having people like yourself that can explain it to us better and share it with us in a way that we understand it, I think is what the world needs more of. Like this book that I'm working on, a book that I'm going to be working on, Shelley knows which one I mean. It's around this idea of me being a spiritual skeptic. And yet I want people like a dude that works on a truck that's like, there's no way I could meditate. I want to reach that person that people can't reach, because so many people, there are a lot of people that talk spirituality that are like way over people's heads. as soon as you use the word quantum to somebody that, that's basically never heard of yoga or meditation or any of this stuff, you've lost them probably. So I love that everything you shared today, it doesn't matter what path you are on the journey or where you're at in the path. I believe anybody can take what you said and apply it right away. So thank you for being that person.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It was great to chat with both of you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Love the hair, by the way.
Thank you. It's ready to be done again, but it's fun.
Awesome.
Life
It's
should
the
be
same
fun.
color
So
blue is our logo.
Yeah, she said it's the same color blue as our logo. So there you go.
Yeah,
It was planned.
there we go.
Awesome. So again, Kim, thank you so much. Appreciate you so much. To be continued. Let's bring you back on in the future. And thank you for joining us today and bringing so much magic to the conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kim.
Bye-bye.
And so, Shelly, I know we're both gonna run fairly quick because we have another day starting all over tomorrow at right around 11 a.m. Eastern. So we'll be back tomorrow. We have a whole bunch of guests, a bunch of amazing guests. I'm gonna say a name or two just for people in case they know some of the people that I'm about to share. So we have Michelle Hurlbert on tomorrow from Western Canada. And I know we have some Western Canadians listening and watching. So you might recognize Michelle, or actually, I'll correct that. Michelle is from Nova Scotia. I had that backwards. I was looking at somebody else's name that's right below there. And we also have Darlene Way. So recent Blue Stir who spoke at our Blue Talks Toronto event. Darlene's a hypnotist, so we'll probably talk about hypnosis. We have Deanna Boyden, who does a lot of stuff in the property management world. And let's see who else we have. Tina Mundy, who probably will be coming on live from 10 blocks away because she's an Islander. So she'll probably be fairly close to where we're at. She's in the same city and everything. So she'll be here. And so she has a lot of cool things on the go. She has the Mundy method related to health and wellness. So we'll be talking about that. And then we have Diana Hutchins. So I'm really excited to have her on as well. She's got a really cool story, really cool spirituality connection and story. So that's the guest list for tomorrow. So we'll be back tomorrow at, like I say, 10 Eastern. And we can't wait to have you join us. Thank you so much for joining us today. You make it all possible. Until next time, bye from me and...
See you later, guys.
From Shelly as well. So thank you guys so much. Until tomorrow, have an amazing day. Thanks for joining Blue Talks. And of course, I didn't mention it throughout, but you can go to our YouTube channel at any point, youtube.com/Blue Talks. That's the direct link. And you can go there and start watching Blue Talks right now if you want some extra Blue Talks energy between today and tomorrow. Till tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.